Then those action plans came later. The regional board developed a sediment work plan in 2008. There's a temperature plan, didn't come until 2014, and that was combined with the Mattole and Eel River watersheds. These are important drivers because they have action items that are actually listed and mandated legally for us to set targets for us to try and reach for recovery of the habitat to support primarily steelhead and salmon, but if they're getting what they need, then the rest of us theoretically are getting what we need. So AB 2121 is about policy for maintaining in-stream flows. This also is kind of related to dewatering and frost protection, et cetera. So that's also an important driver. And then there's a new regulation that, you know, we can talk about later, but that will be affecting vineyards in the watershed probably next fall. So roads, like I mentioned, are an important major source of sediment in the Navarro watershed, and modern road techniques are designed to make roads now hydrologically invisible to the landscape. There's a progressive roads design handbook that was developed by the Mendocino County RCD and Pacific Watershed Associates. And there's an example in the back, and you can get those from the Mendocino MCRCD.org website. But now it's like you want to shed that water rather than part of what's happened is the road building, we have too small of culverts, we've sped up the hydrology in the watershed so that the water moves through really fast. And it has created a lot of gullies, and we are not slowing and spreading and sinking the water enough to slow it down. We're actually have sped things up. So we have these beautiful coastal meadows and prairie. I have to call this out. There's the remnant coastal prairie, deep-rooted perennial grasses, Danfonia californica, stipas, that are rich for carbon sequestering and slowing and spreading and sinking the water, and also supporting livestock on our hillsides in a very managed and appropriate way. And so then we have our beautiful rich habitat of oak woodlands down to the deep end of the watershed. So now we're down past into Navarro, right, where the forested lands, primarily that's the cold, clear water, where the deep forests are the lower end of the watershed. Steelhead use almost the whole watershed. The coho salmon are primarily in the lower parts of the watershed where those deep forested areas are. They need colder temperatures, and that's where the forests are primarily, and they've been regrowing since the forest practice rules came in the late 90s. There's actually some improvement happening. Just want to call out, Mendocino Redwood Company owns a quarter of the watershed, so 50,000 acres. So they're very important to helping to manage these deep end forests. Steelhead, as I was saying, they use the entire watershed for spawning and summer rearing. And basically, it's hard to know what's natural anymore, right? We're kind of looking through, like, that's why the historic use is so important, because to understand what things are natural here anymore, and those residual pools are especially important. We're a very flashy system to get down also to less than 1 CFS last year. That's a cubic foot per second. Last year, the Navarro stopped flowing for the first time historically. There is a Navarro gauge at the 5 mile marker, and that's been collecting data since 1950, and that's a really important data resource for us. This is what it can look like. This is 2006, where it was almost at 60,000 CFS. I thought I had, sorry, I just have to show you. That is the low flow, and I believe that was in 2013. That's the same spot. So you can see the difference there between those two photos. This is at Anderson Creek, late 90s. This was El Nino year, floods. We're living in a basically variable climate under climate change now. It's quite challenging time, but you can see now our drought conditions. We've had historic droughts in 2012. We now talk about things like the way they used to be prior to 2012, right? Like when the creeks used to run and the river used to not have as much algae and filled up the way it is now. And the bar used to open more earlier. But I just have to call out Handy Woods and our big trees, because we're missing a lot of our big trees now. We have Handy Woods, but a lot of those historic huge trees created their own weather, and we're missing those trees. Everybody knows that's beautiful. If you've spent time down at the river, the quality of when it is down, this is down by River's Bend, and just enjoying just the beautiful river that we have as it makes its way out to the ocean. And just thank you to everybody for all your efforts towards conserving and protecting the Navarro River. So, Athena, I think, sorry. Next up is going to be Monty Schmidt. Yes, from the Nature Conservancy. And Monty is the director of the water program on the North Coast. Okay, you're going to let you introduce yourself then, and your title's changed. No. Oh, there's my contact. There's the office.
Okay. Good morning, folks. So I am Monty Schmidt. I'm with the Nature Conservancy. I'm a senior project director in the water program, and I lead our Healthy Rivers strategy, which is really focused on restoring the health of our rivers to benefit freshwater biodiversity and salmon, but also to do that in a way that improves the resiliency of water supplies for people, because really we live in a landscape where the health of our rivers are so interconnected to our human water needs, and we can never disconnect them, but there are ways that we can definitely manage them together. And so for the last 7-8 years now, we've been working with the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District and Trout Unlimited together as the Navarro River Flow Enhancement Partnership, with a goal of figuring out ways to implement projects that improve that health of our rivers, the flows in our rivers, the lifeblood of our rivers and our ecosystem, but also the lifeblood of what we need for habitat for fish, but also water supply for people. And to do that in a way that strengthens our farming economy and our communities. So you've already heard a lot about the challenges that we face dealing with the resiliency, the health of our watershed. I'm going to really focus a lot on water, that lifeblood, that really core part of what allows us to have water to drink, to have water within our rivers, to provide habitat for fish, and so much more. As Linda and others have talked about, it all starts with we've really changed our landscape dramatically. And that one of the key things about how we have changed our landscape is we've changed our geohydrology, the way in which our landscape holds water and releases water into our streams. That the way that we've paved our surfaces, or we've put in roads or culvert networks, things that take and move water quickly off the landscape into the stream, which then shunts that water downstream and out to the sea much more quickly than it ever did when it was historically. And while that has enabled us to maybe deal with flooding on our property during a big storm event, what it has taken away is a lot of water being stored in our landscape. And I'm going to come back to that as a theme, but we don't have snowpack here like they do in the Sierras, which is disappearing, but is where we stored water was in our land. So when you see water in your stream during the summertime, it's not from snowmelt, it's coming from your landscape. And we need to do a lot to bring that back, and I'll come back to that. But in addition to challenges that we face, is that we do have more folks who are moving into our rural communities, and that increases demand on our water and our streams and in our landscapes, and that's leaving less and less water in stream for people who take and need water from streams. It's also leaving less water for fish. And adding to the challenges that we're facing, when you talk about resiliency, we can't not talk about climate change, and climate change is making everything worse by the fact that we are having longer dry seasons, we are having hotter, more extreme droughts, we are having also big flood events, which make things very challenging in other ways, and aridity, the fact that even if we have the same storm event from 60 years ago to a storm event now, same 2 inches might fall different times, it's drier, and that means that even less water makes it down into the landscape, and more of the water that is in the landscape is evaporating before it gets into our streams or percolates into the ground where it's groundwater. So we're fundamentally, the drying of our climate is another really big factor in addition to temperature. I'm sure you cannot see the graph in the back, but these are salmon numbers, salmon and steelhead population numbers, and the takeaway is that those little tiny bumps are what our current populations of salmon and steelhead are now. The big tall things on the far side, those are recovery targets. Those are populations in the thousands. The numbers of fish we've been seeing for decades, frankly, are down in the hundreds. So we have a long way to go. And one of the key things here is that when we look at all the things that coho and steelhead need, there's a number of things for spawning habitat. Fish need to be able to get into the watersheds and the culverts that block passage. Those are issues and challenges, but in the Navarro, one of our biggest challenges because we don't have dams, is that dry season base flow. Again, the water in our stream in the dry season. And that is a challenge that really is where humans and fish come together as both needing water in the driest times of the year. So early on when we first started working together in the watershed, we just did a quick calculation, like how much water do people need? Is there really a water volume problem? There's no water volume problem. When you look at the amount of water that all the water use that we have in the watershed versus how much water runs off, it equals 1%. So we don't have a quantity problem, we have a timing problem. And that timing is that 87% of all water use occurs during the summertime when runoff is the least. So the solution is reducing reliance on diverting from our streams in the summer and finding ways to store and use more of that wet season water to meet our dry season needs. So is this our new normal? Are we looking at always having streams that historically flowed year round be now dry in most summertime years? And I think the answer is no. And there's a lot of different project types that are out there, different techniques that are being developed now, but things that have been around for a long time that we can do to store water, make better use of water so that we leave more water in stream and more water in our landscape. Efficiency is always one of the best places to start. Just reduce the amount of water that you need. Tanks and ponds, these are things that are very common in the watershed where you're storing winter water so that you can use it when you need it later. Coordinating diversions, this is a strategy that really is about how to make it so that people who are all on the same stream don't take water at the same time, and that cumulative impact is kind of like if 20 people try to jam into an elevator at the same time, you can't fit, but if people take a turn, you can get everybody in, same concept. So there's some management type things that we can do without building projects. There's things that are also process-based, things that we want to do to restore our landscape. And restoring our ability to store water in the ground is a really, really big, important one. And Brock could do a great presentation all about his slow it, sink it, spread it, store it strategy religion, because it's really the key. That's where we're going to be storing water way into the future, way more cheaper per dollar than using tanks and ponds. It's a natural storage system that's out there waiting for us to restore and use it in. Land use practices with grazing and regenerative agricultural practices, these can improve the landscape's ability to, again, hold and store water. Same thing with our forest management. The way we manage our forests can reduce fuel load and fire risk, which are also part of resiliency in a climate future, but it's also another way that we can, again, have the landscape hold more water. I'm going to simply, for shortness of time, I'm going to point out that at the end of this diagram that you can't see, there are many different points of diversions and wells across our landscape. And when it comes to how we create solutions to improve our in-stream flows, it is literally death by 1,000 cuts of the situation that we're in today. There's no one project that can be built. There's no one strategy that can be done to restore our stream flows and provide our water supply resiliency that we need. And really, and implementing even one project, a tank project, a pond project, or infiltration project, takes years to work with the landowner, develop, design the project, construct it. And we need to pick up the pace and scale of projects and across our landscapes. And to do that, we can't just be doing a project here, a project there, all across the watershed. We really need a community-based approach. And this is not a new concept. This is something that has been talked about. Brock, talking about his basins of relationships. Folks up in the Mattole watershed have been pioneering other voluntary, collaborative, tributary, collective work. In the Navarro, we have developed what is called the collaborative water management approach. And it is just basically a watershed approach to working with landowners in a given watershed, one of those, not the whole entire Navarro, but break it down into sub-watersheds, the Rancheria, the Indian, Anderson, Navarro, and then break it down even to smaller watersheds where we are working together a lot in the watershed right now in the Mill Creek watershed, which is large and unto itself, but it's a small enough tributary that we can work with everybody within the tributary to do outreach and education, to build a sense of community, to leverage the community that is there, to work together, to implement different kinds of projects. And we did a whole collaborative water management plan, which we completed last year, which we broke down even Mill Creek watershed into smaller tributary watersheds. And we did a bunch of analyses, which I won't go into, which were really fascinating, but we figured out where's the water need, what different types of water needs, because solutions need to take care of people's water needs, whether it's agricultural, whether it's domestic water needs. You got to understand your problem, and you got to understand the hydrology of what you're dealing with so that you right-size your solutions. We looked at groundwater, which is a really often overlooked part of our situation that we need to manage for, because groundwater is going to always be an important part of our water management, and we need to manage it sustainably. We're learning that in California. We also figured out, what are our goals? What are we trying to achieve that has ecological function? And there's some tools that are available right now. They give you a quick estimate of what does restoration look like, so that you have something to drive toward. And I'm going to stick on this slide here, which is to simply say, in the Mill Creek watershed, we looked at all these different strategy types, and we looked at the different parts of the watershed and identified what are the different kinds of strategies that make the most sense based on the land use in the watershed. And that's where I'll kind of quickly wrap up, because I know I'm running out of time. I keep getting those little signs. I'm out of time. So I'll end on this note, which is to say that it really is going to take, it was death by 1,000 cuts, it's life by dozens of projects. And it has to be done at a community watershed scale. And whether you live on a piece of property that has no space for anything other than a tank, put in a tank. All you can do is conservation and efficiency. That's a great place to go. If you have enough landscape where you can do forest management practices or restore infiltration capacity, every piece of a watershed can contribute to solving the challenge. And it will take years to do, but as a community working toward it over time, you can restore each watershed one at a time and be resilient into the future. And I'll end with that. Thank you so much.
Next, I want to thank you, Monty. That was great. And next is Christopher Woltemott, who's from, we imported from Pennsylvania and Shippensburg University. Maybe some of you saw Christopher years back, did a study here, a temperature study in the Navarro, and he's now with Pennsylvania Chatham Incorporated, which is an engineering firm, and we're thrilled to have him. Thanks for being here, Christopher.
Thank you so much, Linda, Patrick, everybody who's responsible for pulling this event together. It's a real honor and privilege to be in this room with everybody, and I thank you for all the time to put this together. I'm primarily a hydrologist, so I kind of work on all things water, but today we're going to focus particularly on kind of the geological and soil aspects of that I think are really, really critical matters in the Navarro watershed. And we're getting to the part of the program where we're going to repeat some themes here, a little bit from Brock and a little bit from Monty, and we'll drill down on a couple of what I think are really critical issues. So this is kind of a quick overview of what you can expect this morning. We're going to talk a little bit about the geological functions related to the hydrology of this watershed. what some of the human impacts on those functions are, a little bit on the current status. What does our hydrology look like in the Anderson Valley and the Navarro watershed? We'll talk a little bit about the overall theme of today, which is resilience, and then kind of what we can do with that. And Andy, I'm sure you remember the photo here. Thanks to Linda for this picture. This is Soda Creek, just a few miles up 253 from the brewery there. I really want to point out here, this is just an absolutely beautiful stretch of stream. Every drop of water in this picture is groundwater, right? I mean, it's in the stream, but it's coming from springs and it's coming from groundwater. And all too often, we kind of take that for granted, that it's going to continue to be there and it's going to continue to flow through our dry season. And, you know, that's a really critical process anywhere in the world, but especially in this Mediterranean climate that we have here. We're really, really challenged by going 6 months in the dry season with essentially no precipitation. We have to have that bank of water in the ground that continues to feed these streams through the dry season. It's cold, it's clear, it's beautiful water. It's exactly what this watershed needs, but you can't take it for granted, right? In the hydrology and geology research community, they speak about the critical zone. This is the overlap of plants and soil and geology at the surface of the earth. And we call it the critical zone because it's so important to get that water from rainwater into the soil, into the ground to replenish this resource, right? I won't bore you too much with these kind of diagrams, but I really want to emphasize we have to think three-dimensionally. We think about watersheds, we see the surface, we see the streams, we don't think about what's going on underground in the geology. And so some of the process that's pointed out here is infiltration, getting water from rainfall, from the surface into the soil, okay? And I'm still trying to get my head around what Brock is suggesting is that we have to infiltrate through our skulls into our brains too. That's even probably a little bit harder, but we'll work on it. From there, from the soil, we talk about percolation, which is this deeper process of getting water down into the geology, what's called here in this diagram and everywhere else, groundwater recharge, right? Think about that a little bit. You, me, we need recharge, right? We don't operate if you don't eat, you don't drink, you have to recharge your system, you need rest. The groundwater needs that recharge as well, or it's not going to be there. That's what feeds our streams for the entire dry season as we're in right now. The alternative, of course, is what happens on the surface, what's called here overland flow, surface runoff. That's also a critical process. But that can come with some real problems. If we have too much runoff across the surface, one of the things that does is it delivers sediment into our streams. In a kind of worst case scenario, we end up with landscapes like this. Linda pointed out before that TMDL, the kind of management tool for this watershed, is about sediment, it's about temperature, it's also related to the flow of water through this watershed. And these are issues that frankly we can avoid if we manage well for these processes. So what do we need to think about in terms of the human part of this equation? What we do on the landscape matters, right, to these processes. And this is kind of an iconic view of the Anderson Valley, but I really want to point to this conversation is not about vineyards, right? It's about vineyards, forests, rangeland, rural roads, residential areas, how we manage this entire landscape. They all play a role in what happens to water in the landscape and this really, really critical process of groundwater recharge. Soil health is one of the really key parts of that. A soil is probably 95% geology, right? It's broken down rocks and minerals, and that really critical piece that we all like to talk about, organic matter, is 3 or 4 or 5% of the soil. But it makes an enormous impact on these processes. It allows for root penetration, it allows for moisture retention, it allows for water to get into that soil. And we're learning now, coming kind of late to the game here, but how to manage soils much better than we have in the past. And that's a really, really critical part of this. Another part of this that we see in the landscape, and this is true in the Anderson Valley, it's true across California, it's true, frankly, across the world, is that streams have responded to these changes in the landscape by incising or cutting down into the landscape. This is Robinson Creek, which is an especially kind of pronounced example of this. Part of this relates to kind of the tectonics and the geological activity in this watershed, but part of it is also the human impact in this process of runoff and what we've done with forest management and landscape management in the past. It's a very long-term problem, and it's going to take long-term solutions to address this, but quite frankly, we know how to do it, right? We can start with these little tributary streams and start to address some of these gullies and use well-known restoration techniques. Brock is an expert on this stuff. Pernusky Chatham, my company, these are projects that we've worked on that, frankly, we know what to do, but it takes a lot of resources and time and effort in a community to put this stuff together and to start to heal some of these really incised and degraded tributaries. Then there's the flow, and I apologize, there's a lot going on in this diagram that I kind of need to unpack for you. But Linda mentioned the U.S. Geological Survey has operated the stream flow gauge on the Navarro River for 72 years now. That's a treasure trove of data. And what this graph is plotting up is the entire kind of annual history of that data set against what I think is a really interesting measuring stick here. How many days in the year do we have really low flow on the river? Okay, so these little black triangles are the number of days where the flow down at the mouth of the Navarro was less than 5 cubic feet per second. That is a trickle of water for a river this size. It's very, very low flow. And if you follow those black data points, you don't even hit that metric once for the first 22 years, right? It takes until 1972 that we had a flow that was below 5 cubic feet per second. And then you can see the next big bump where you hit 100 days, that's 3 months of very, very critically low flow. That's the 1977 drought. And then as you go toward the 2000s, you see it becomes very, very common that we have these low flows, okay? The little red squares are even more critical. Those are flows less than 1 cubic foot per second. This is the Navarro essentially drying up, right? And the first time that happens is 1977. It happens a little bit again in the early 90s, but you can see at the text above that in red, for well over 50 years, we only had 86 days in the entire record with flows that low. Okay, in the last 15 years at this end of this record, it becomes very common. We've had 427 days. That's almost 30 days a year is the new normal where we have essentially no flow in the river. Okay, I did not put 2022 on this graph because we're not done with 2022 yet, but I can tell you as of today, the count is 89 days in 2022 with almost no flow in the river, right? This is a critical problem that we need to fix, okay? I'm actually optimistic about things, right? It's a daunting problem, but this event, the people in this room, the collective energy to address this is remarkable. It's all of you folks that are doing good things, and honestly, I think we can do it. The other part of this that goes along with those very, very low flows is the water is too warm. And Linda mentioned that I had done some work years ago on monitoring stream temperatures in the Navarro watershed. I had enough data that I could cobble together a computer model which looks at these issues, and without getting into the technical details, what it's telling us is there are critical reaches of these streams, the Rancheria Creek, the Anderson Creek, and the Navarro River, that are simply too warm for fish, and part of the answer to that is groundwater. It's getting that cold water continuing to flow in those streams better than we have, okay? Now, the resources in the Navarro River are not just the hydrology and the geology and those kind of scientific parts of it, it's also the community, right? We have this very engaged community. This event manifests that. It's years and years of work from the critical people that are assembled here in Navarro. We have great relationships between the science and the resource agencies and the people of this watershed, and those are the things that should give us optimism to try to address this. Okay? Now, let's talk for just a minute about resiliency, the overall theme here. We can think about this as kind of capacity to recover from setbacks and challenges. That's true for people. People are very resilient. It's true for the fish in this watershed. It's remarkable that there are any salmon at all here today, right? But they're resilient and they can get through some of those tough times, but we have to give them a hand. You see this kind of water tank in this picture, that builds resiliency. right? That's like water in the bank that we can use in a drought, that we can use in a dry season. And I love these tanks and I appreciate the work that goes into that, but to be honest, it's not enough, right? The groundwater is the ultimate water bank. We have to use that resource. We have to scale this up to a watershed scale that we can really only do when we appreciate that natural process of getting the water back into the ground where we need to have it. I am being told that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to kind of skip through some things very quickly. But this is the critical question. What do we do? And this picture, which I'm borrowing from Linda and the Resource Conservation District, is really part of the process. We have to be engaged. We have to learn from each other. We have to understand better what we can do to address these issues. Soil health, land management, understanding the hydrology, those kind of things. This is really just about, we have very good science, right? We understand the watershed, we have the tools that we need, and we know from some of that science that we can restore the hydrology. We can improve on what we have in this historical record. So just to kind of quickly wrap this up, that kind of hydrogeology, understanding the water and the geologic cycles that drive these watersheds is really a critical piece. We have the potential to bring that back to a more functional system, and that will build the resiliency that we need, that the fish need, that the watershed needs to get through the increasing challenges with climate change, prolonged droughts, prolonged low flows. We can get this watershed back to where it needs to be. It's all up to us collectively. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. I look forward to
All right, next up, Mike Jones, our forestry advisor from UC Cooperative Extension, is going to talk to us about forests. Either way, whatever you feel comfortable with, Mike.
All right, well, good morning, all. Thank you for having me. All right, so, yeah, I'm going to talk about forest health. And really what that means is I'm going to talk about disturbance ecology. So we're going to talk about what healthy forests are and how we think about managing for healthy forests. And that really focuses around disturbances, which we'll talk a lot about. So when I give this talk, I think about there's three kind of things, key elements that frame the conversation, at least in my opinion, about how we talk about forest health, what it means, how we manage for healthy forests. First is that forests are dynamic. And I know this is we're a smart room, so that's kind of intuitive. But a lot of time we look at the forest and think they've always been there and they're just like these static things of trees that just exist. Well, we know that's not true, right? They're chaotic, competitive places that are quite fascinating and change is constantly happening. Disturbance is important. So when I talk about disturbance in this context, this is a temporary change, right? This is temporary. There's no time scale associated with that. It just means there's a change that happens that influences the ecosystem to some capacity. That's not necessarily a bad change or a good change. It just means there's something that changes the ecosystem, right? Remember, change is constant. And then lastly, dead trees are important. And we think about forest health, I mean, we think about living trees, right? Well, forest health includes dead trees. What we're worried about, or what we're thinking about when we talk about forest health is are there too many dead trees in the landscape? What does that mean? What's causing that, and how do we manage those dead trees, right? So it's not that there's dead trees there. Dead trees will always be here. It's about, are there too many, and what do we do about it, if anything? All right, so let's talk specifically about some disturbance types, right? Because these are always fun, and there's two big categories that we focus on. We have our abiotic disturbances, so things like climate and weather, drought. Drought right now is a huge disturbance in our forest ecosystems in the West. Fire is a really important disturbance, which I will focus the rest of the talk on. And then I just include asteroids because I think it's really fun. This is a disturbance, right? Volcanoes and things like that. So this photo is the Tunguska event. Anybody ever heard of that? Right? So in 1908, a meteorite somewhere over Siberia, it exploded in the lower atmosphere, and an airburst hit the Siberian forest and leveled somewhere around 800 square miles of forest in milliseconds and took out over 60 million trees in a matter of milliseconds, right? So that's obviously a very large disturbance event that has influenced that forest that we're still studying today. The same with Mount St. Helena, right? That was an event that basically we shipped back the primordial ooze and started over. So these are really cool disturbances that kind of have really significant impacts, and it doesn't always have to be, from earthbound disturbance, right? So then there's biotic, and biotic really the the big elephant in the room is us, right? Humans, whether it was historical native Californians or Western European colonization, we have been a significant influence on the forest ecosystems. Through land use management, the way we manage the land, changing the land use, especially the expansion of the wildland-urban interface. Fire suppression is probably the most important thing that I would argue that humans have, at least Western Europeans have caused for disturbance in California. And then climate change is that umbrella wild card that just screws every effort up we make to manage the landscape because we have no idea what it's going to do, right? And there's animals like bears, things like that can kill trees. And then I'm an entomologist by training, so my favorite subject are insects and diseases, which are key disturbance elements in healthy forest systems. All right, so let's focus on fire. For the purpose of this talk and what we're all really interested in is fire, the role of fire in our forest ecosystem. Right, so we live in a fire-adapted ecosystem. We have a Mediterranean climate, dry summers, warm, wet springs, and winters with lightning, natural lightning conditions. So that means for hundreds of thousands of years, fire has been an influence on the landscape. Then we introduced the human element, native Californians. Every time we find a new archaeological find, we've been here longer, so now we're like 20,000 years or so. So for 20,000 years at least, humans have been manipulating and managing the landscape through the use of fire. So that means it's become a really common and important disturbance that has shaped the flora and fauna of California and the West in general. So just a quick summary of some really cool research out of some Berkeley folks. If we look, this is just a kind of a historical record of fires in California. The two bars, the top one is around redwood forest ecosystem, the bottom of the table cut out, that is oak woodlands. We see in the redwoods that fire occurred every 10 to 30 years in the redwoods. And in oak woodlands, every 3 to 8 years. So that means if, I'm gonna keep it simple because math is hard when you're saying it in front of most people. 100 years of fire suppression, no, it's been longer than that. 10-year return interval, that means we've missed 10 fire intervals that would have been managing the ecosystem at minimum, right? So that is how we kind of find ourselves in the place we're at right now with this health of the ecosystem, as if we've moved arguably one of the most important disturbances in our ecosystem. And that doesn't mean that disturbance doesn't happen, that means some kind of other disturbance fills that vacuum. All right, so now what we've created essentially is poor forest health structure, and we can probably have a day-long conversation of what that means. What is forest health? What is an unhealthy forest? But in our context, the way I think about it and the way we talk about it is we've had two significant changes. One, we have densification of the forest. That means there's more biomass occurring per unit of measurement than there was historically through normal disturbance events. And then there's been a redistribution of biomass, meaning that we haven't really necessarily densified the forest, in some extent we have, but we went from fewer larger trees to a lot more small trees, right? So that changes the resilience to disturbance or other types of impacts to that forest ecosystem. So what happens when we do that is essentially these are all living organisms that are set in place, they can't move, they're competing for resources like nutrients and water. What happens when you increase the density of the biomass? They're competing for the same amount of limited resources. You throw in drought, now there's not enough water. What happens? Well, we get things like we had in the Sierra and in the Rockies and up in Canada, and 14 through 17 drought event, where we had landscape scale tree mortality, right? And this is why I like insects, is you have these really stressed trees, and we have an insect the size of a match head, right? So that's the mountain pine beetle, that causes hundreds of millions of tree mortality in a matter of a few years. Or we get extreme wildfire behavior. And so, high severity wildfire inherently is not bad. It's really important. It's part of what creates that heterogeneity in forest structure, which is habitat. That's habitat that's sustainable forest structure. But what's happening, the data is suggesting, is that we're getting larger contiguous areas of higher fire severity, and that's not sustainable. So how do we manage for this? How do we try to achieve healthy forests that are resilient to future disturbances, right? Disturbances are good and bad, and it's sustainable to a changing condition. Well, it's through active stewardship, right? So how do we do that? And we have this densification, we have this change in structure of biomass. So how do we do that? So we can thin through the use of mechanical practices like chainsaws and handling and heavy equipment to reduce the densities to improve vigor of our trees, make our trees healthier. Reduce fuel loading so that we can influence fire behavior, right? If we have lots of dense stands with lots of biomass buildup, that inherently is going to affect fire behavior. Of course, that wild card of climate change and how it screws up our weather patterns makes that a hard target. but it's still something we do. So what we're trying to do is build resiliency back into our systems so all these other disturbances that under normal healthy structure, they do really important things like kill a couple trees in here, they create habitat, or do a little bit of a high severity burn that creates a resource for different types of organisms. So in this photo, what you see, thanks to Mary, is we have Doug fir encroachment, which is a huge problem right now into oak woodlands. Doug fir encroachment is a normal process of forest succession in the absence of disturbance. So what we have is Doug fir coming in the hardwood forests, and now through active mechanical means, we're removing that fir to improve the health of our oak trees. And my colleagues have shown that when you do that, the oaks respond positively, which is pretty awesome. And the other side, we have kind of that shift, trying to shift back from lots of small trees to fewer larger trees. And so this is something that, say, the Redwoods is doing with Redwood up in Humboldt. So the idea is this is active, mechanical, like human intervention management. But remember, fires are our most important disturbance. So perhaps the best thing we can do is to return good fire to landscape, right? Use it as a tool. Not independently, but with our other available tools in our toolbox. So what is prescribed fire? It's use of fire under predetermined conditions to achieve your specific goals and objectives. We name it, we can use fire probably to achieve that goal. And it's important to remember that, right, this is not new. We're reinventing the wheel, right? The native Californians were using fire as a tool for 20,000 years. We decided to have an experiment where we would remove fire from the landscape for 140, and it's failed miserably. So now we're kind of going, oh, we were right, we screwed up, and now we're coming back to the, oh yeah, they had it down. The native Californians, we're going to listen to them and practice prescribed fire as a management tool. So so here's the same scenario, right? Here we are burning in an understory. This was a Chief Foods Ranch. Here we are oak woodland. We're killing Doug fir in the understory. And here we are on the right side. This is the redwoods. We're after a thinning. This is actually Dan's property. After a thinning, we're burning the biomass to reduce the fuel loading to create a more resilient stand structure. And we know it works. This is a great case scenario. This is actually on the Napa-Sonoma border. So we have a road down the middle. On our right side, we see green, living forest. I mean, well, I'm oversimplifying it. They're both inside the living. But we have unburned forest, and on the left, we have burned forest. The right side, is the stand that the landowner had been thinning, mechanically thinning, and then we did prescribed burning. The right side is the glass fire. There was no fire suppression resources on site when this glass fire blew through here. This is a winter event. The fire barely burned in the unit where we've done active stewardship with using mechanical tools and prescribed fire. And in some places, it was stand replacement fire in the untreated areas. So we know that combining and using all these tools in our toolbox, that we can achieve some really healthy forest structure that are resilient to these future disturbances. And they have a sustainable condition. All right, I think I'm on time.
Okay, and last up on our panel, we have Adina Marinlander, who is the author of Climate Stewardship. And we're really happy to have Adina here with us, the Marinlander Lab at UC Berkeley. So thank you, Adina, for being here. We're going to talk about wildlife corridors.
Great, thanks, Linda. And thanks, Barbara, and thanks, Linda, and everyone in the room. It's just wonderful to be together today. Beautiful day in Anderson Valley. I am a conservation scientist, and so as people expected of me, and I will deliver some deep dive into climate-wise connectivity science for you today, and mostly thanks to, this is a manual training. Oh no, this isn't it. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing some button I just know about it. Okay, so thanks to Morgan Gray, who is in my lab as a graduate student, now works at Pepperwood Preserve. I have some analyses to share with you. But before we dive into that, I want to talk a little bit about climate-wise habitat connectivity. And I also want to give a big nod to all the previous speakers who were talking about hydrologic connectivity, well, particularly Monty and Christopher, because the topic of hydrologic connectivity in the freshwater rivers and streams is one very close to my heart as well. But for the few minutes I have with you, I'm going to talk about a little more about terrestrial and keys to implementing. So traditionally, conservation biologists have thought about wildlife corridors as a way of mitigating habitat loss and habitat fragmentation. That's sort of like the classic thinking around the importance of corridors and habitat connectivity, right? It's that we're turning our habitats into islands, terrestrial islands, and the animals and plants need to roam between these islands, right? Then came climate change, right? So now we got to be thinking about species that are in these habitat islands that suddenly become unsuitable. And I mean suddenly. From evolutionary terms, climate change is happening very suddenly to these species. And in fact, it might be that the habitat patches that they are inhabiting become unsuitable quickly, and they need to move. And that often means that they need to move entire ranges, right? So you might think about, oh, we're on low battery, so I'll give that a minute. All right. So what this does for us is puts more of a burden on the remedies that we want from wildlife corridors, right? Because now it's not just that we want species to move daily movements between habitat patches, but now we want to go all the way over to expect that these linkages are going to facilitate entire range shifts. So we need to get things from central Southern California up to North Coast California. This is a major challenge for the habitat connectivity and conservation world. The ways that we do that are through what we sort of classically think of as corridors or larger landscape linkages like Yellowstone to Yukon. And I think what's really relevant for the Anderson Valley, which I drive through regularly because I live in Elk and also work in Hopland, so I love the valley, enjoy it regularly. And I think when we're thinking about this valley, we need to think more about the permeability of the landscape, because this valley is a working lands, really, right? In agriculture, forestry, recreation, all of the things that we do in the valley, we're probably not thinking about linkages as much, terrestrial linkages, as much as an emergent property of the built environment, but rather as a huge working landscape. It needs to remain connected and permeable. I'll talk about that. All right, so in the end, what we hope for are that the population viability, the ability for species to persist, the ability for our kin and relations to persist with us through the changes and disturbance and climate change. And we're also hoping that the landscape will become more climate resilient, right, through this improved connectivity. Quickly, I'm going to do a deep dive into a project I did with Morgan and others at Pepperwood Preserve. Lots of stakeholder involvement, lots of land trusts and other folks involved. Some people probably in this room, looking at connectivity between the Miapomis Range and the Berryessa Coast ranges. And the reason why I want to bring this case study forward is because we actually had the explicit purpose of dealing with climate resiliency, which is not always the case for corridor projects. The way we tackled that is exactly what I'm talking about for the valley, which is permeability, right? So what we had to first assess was, in this big geographic area that we're studying, how permeable is the landscape, right? So that was kind of the gist, and you can oversee low permeability versus high permeability, and what I'm talking about as far as the freedom for organisms to move. And we did some maps. I'm not going to go into them in deep depth, but just to say that the entire landscape that we were working on is a fairly large landscape, was mapped for these levels of permeability based on the information we had on housing, development, ag, industrial, recreation, transportation. That helped us with terrestrial permeability estimates. And the browner, the lower the permeability, or the more the built environment dominates the landscape. And then on the right, thanks to the stakeholders, the land trusts and state parks and others really wanted to focus also on riparian connectivity. That's because when we think about resilience, especially under climate change, we go back to water, water's life, and rivers, and the importance. And I think we all know where we go in the heat of the summer, thanks to the young person who spoke earlier. Thanks so much about the heat in the summer. It's a drag. Where do you go to cool down? Where do you go to cool down? The river, right? So that is the theme that comes out from the conservation scientists, right? Is basically like one of the ways to build resilience and habitat connectivity is to look at the connectivity of our river systems. And so we did that through some various analyses, trying to connect. So the greener the area, you're seeing this like higher connection of riparian and wetland connectivity. And those are different areas. The blue areas and the green areas are not always totally synonymous. We use some algorithms to do what we call a least cost path walk, which basically means if you were roaming the landscape and you wanted to just follow the most permeable pathway, those would be in green in this picture, right? And they're between these habitat patches. So everything in gray in this landscape is now the areas that we consider protected or durably protected. And we wanted to know, what are the pathways through the most permeable parts of this landscape between every protected area patch? So it becomes this big data science project, basically. But you can really zoom in, and I will for you. So you're all thinking, she said we were going to deal with climate resilience, but we've only been talking about we've only been talking about landscape permeability from the perspective of the built environment, perspective of creeks. But then we went ahead and incorporated some climate data. So we're looking at changes in the expected climate for the area, both in the summer and in the winter. And we've been talking about Mediterranean climate. So it's super important to think about climate change, not from the average annual temperature of what we experience every year, but more, what are we experiencing in the summer when it gets too hot? And what are we experiencing, especially in the winter, especially at night, when it's also getting very warm, right? So these are different processes. We need to decouple them when you think about climate change. Everyone take home. What we did is we took all those linkages that were mapped, all those least cost paths from one patch to another, and Morgan just did a quick and easy analysis where she looked at the climate of the protected areas, which are still in gray. So protected area 1 has different climates, right, in C. And she looked at protected area 2, and we did this in the summer and in the winter from the climate information. She just calculated the net cooling, right? Because what we were thinking is that species need places to roam, and they need to get to cooler spots, right? And they need to get to cooler spots sometimes to escape, let's say, an invasive pest in the winter. And they also need to get to cooler spots sometimes to escape extreme heat in the summer. So we did this analysis for both seasons. And basically, you're really zoomed out into this area of the Miocumens fariesa in the North Bay. But what we're looking at is the amount of cooling that every single one of those linkages provided from one patch to another. So how much cooler could you get if you went to your neighboring patch? And how much cooler can you get in the winter? How much cooler can you get in the summer? I think all of you know, because we've been talking about, you go to the river, you also go to the coast to cool down here. And our biggest temperature gradient in the Anderson Valley is from east to west. So that linkage, that pathway is very, very critical, right? We all know you can drop by 30 degrees. You can get 110 and you can be 60 at my house now. So that's important to keep in mind. Lastly, I'll just say, in working with stakeholders, community members such as yourselves, going and doing this analysis at the parcel level. We've been already hearing about how our land is managed by parcels. And so we can take this information and bring it down to the parcel level. And you can identify the parcels in the landscape that have high terrestrial permeability and high riparian or sort of wetland. And those are different. And you can see this illustrated from 2 different preserves. So we took Modini and Pepperwood, and we looked at which landowners can we work with who already have high levels of permeability. How do we put a plan together? Working together, just like you're doing now, and sharing out ideas and ways that land managers and landowners and land visitors can manage the land in ways that allow species to roam. And some of those things are really simple, like wildlife-friendly fencing, right? So that's what we did, and I hope it helps you all in thinking about what you want to get done. And if you want to take a deeper dive, the corridor ecology, I'm gonna give Linda a copy of corridor ecology for the watershed center, so she can show that out. And if you want over 60 stories of what people are doing for climate resilience in California. And thanks to Obi for the artwork and our new book, Climate Stewardship. So I'll give you those, you can share.
Thank you so much, Adina. I appreciate these very much. And I know that we have more to talk about and present than we have time for today. And that's a frustrating part about the day. We're out of time in terms of a panel. So we have a panel, but basically we're sitting up here and walking down and giving you presentations. But this is, I think what should happen is that if you have questions, we should hold them for later to keep us on track, or what do you think, Patrick? It's time for a break, a short break before our panel number 2. And so I think that I'm hoping most of our panelists will stay at least through lunch so that we can ask questions. And I think we need to just leave it there. I apologize that we ran out of time without more questions. You have a question? Okay, a burning question, please.
About the Maya commas.
Yeah.
I know they were doing grazing practices on there. How did that turn out for the Maya commas?
Are we on? Actually, maybe you were referring to Pepperwood Preserve and their attempts to restore livestock grazing, and I'll just share a quick anecdote on that, because that was a place that people thought, preserve, take the cows off. And then they've been doing some really restorative grazing there. And during the Tubbs fire, so 2 fires went through Pepperwood, as you know, and actually the wildlife, not just the cattle, all took refuge in these places that have been grazed down, right? So I think grazing is another one of those tools for thinking about resilience, and fire turned out really well. And of course, for invasive species control, all kinds of things. So.
I was just wondering the outcome, because we were looking at doing. We were bidding on the Maya commas to do it, and that was like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, I think they have some real.
So I just want to know the update on the animal grazing or stewardship of the land stewardship with using grazing animals.
I know it provided a fire refuge, for not just the cows, but other wildlife when those fires came through after the grazing.
Right,
and the areas that they hadn't grazed burned hotter.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if the environment, like you said, not necessarily associated with fire, but just in general, the health of where the animals went in and we did the fuel load reduction through grazing, how that came out. Because like I said, this was a couple of years ago, and I was interested to find out the results of that project. Anyways.
Yeah, no, those are great questions, and I think we are going to take a couple of questions. I don't know that you got the exact answer, but I think it's that Pepperwood Preserve has the answer for what maybe that particular study of how the grazing impacted. So we can put you in touch with folks over there, because there's that's a really important tool. We're not going to really talked about it enough today.
It was just specific to the
Okay, but in general, it is an important tool, grazing. Does anybody have another question that they would like to ask of our panelists if they have a quick question that we don't want to give them the questions? Yeah, Patrick.
Quick question. In terms of groundwater recharge and siltation, there seems to be 2 equations for vineyard management. I'm wondering which, from a resiliency perspective, is the best management practice. One is where right now, if you go out and look, the land between the grapevines is bare dirt, and the grapevines are vegetated, or the row of grapevines. And the other is just the opposite. The row underneath the grapevines are being irrigated, but there's nothing. And then the land in between is vegetated. Which is better? Or does it make a difference?
There's a study that happened with the RCD and Natural Resource Conservation Service at Norman Kobler's at Norman back there, did a trial with us where we did a whole different, 4 different treatments, at least a replicated trial, and we also ran a rainwater simulator And we're going to do that workshop again in next year, I hope, because what we learned from that feedback was basically those middles have cover definitely help let more water sink in. I mean, it seems obvious, right? And there wasn't from the results of that trial, from what we heard from Erica, and I'm not Erica Lundquist and Natural Resource Conservation Service, there wasn't that much difference between the, as I recall, maybe Norman, you can talk to this more than I can, but that there wasn't that much difference in the health of the vines seemed to be fine with the staying under cover as when they were tilled. Under row management, there was definitely, when you run the rainfall simulator, we took samples from each of those, definitely there we did the undervine, and we did the middles, and then we also did where the road tracks are, so the compaction. The compaction and the undervine, no good on the infiltration. And the middles and the natural, just from the riparian, did very well for infiltration and holding sediment back. Anybody else? Got a question? Real quick question? Oh, yes, over here.
Hi, and no till is actually the alternative to that. I want to ask a quick question about what seems like an inherent conflict between the flushing that's needed up in Varro and the slowing of the water. Is that an inherent conflict, or can we slow the water in winter and release in the summer? It seemed like that's what you were suggesting, but I didn't hear.
Are you talking about flushing in terms of water quality during near the river mouth?
In the 1950s, we pushed all this silt into the river, and it's going to take time to get it out.
Got it.
And that seems like you need to flush it out.
Yeah, the sediment transport equation. The short answer to that is the first thing is to reduce sediment, high intensity sediment contributions in the wintertime, so you're not adding more problem to the system. And then in terms of like the peak high flows that are flushing most sediment out, though, because we don't have dams in the watershed, the peak high flows are largely intact in terms of like their intensity. The frequency is going up and the intensity is going up because of climate change and other things. But so the high flow events that are pushing out sediment are still occurring. And the peak of the flows is actually higher because we have faster runoff. So if we store more water on the landscape, allow it to sink in, we're going to get recharged, and we'll still have enough intensity, I think, to get our sediment out of the system. So it's not in conflict that it would actually be mutually beneficial in both ways.
Well, I would completely agree and double down with that response that, we have a really dynamic system with both low flows and high flows. I don't think transporting sediment through the system is as much of the problem as the fact that we continue to load the system with excess sediment from the entire landscape, not just the stream corridors, but everywhere. So you're absolutely right that in the deeper history of the watershed, we had some really horrific events that changed the geomorphology and the streams and the habitat at a really significant jump. But it's not over, right? We can't just say, oh, we did bad things in the past and loaded the system with a bunch of sediment. It continues. And so that's the first step, is to really get control over those landscape processes that are continuing to deliver really high sediment levels.
Yep, okay, we're going to take a break now, and then we're going to come back, a quick break, and then we'll have our panel number 2. Thank you so much.
Linda, actually, we're going to do a little change up, which is that lunches actually have been delivered. If you want to grab your lunch, and actually, before we do that, I was going to ask Barbara to come up and tell you what is available, because she is the one who procured our locally sourced lunch. So yes, we're gonna ask you to go ahead and grab your lunch if you want to, or you can wait until a longer break later. But here's Barbara.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks to our panelists. Thanks for being here.
All right, so we have a locally sourced lunch from Blueberry Farms. The Apple Farm, Yeah, from the apple farm, we have either an apple or a pear. From Fort Bragg Bakery, we have sandwich bread. From Mendocino Grain Project, we have Sonora wheat in the brownies that are in the lunch. And the chicken is from Petaluma Poultry. It's organic and free range. And the cheese is Clover. And microgreens from Forest People, and tomatoes that are locally grown in AV. So enjoy. There'll be time for lunch later too. There we go.
All right. Pretty interesting presentation. Yeah.
I want to introduce you to Mary Mayetta.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Randy.
Mary works with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, previously with the Resource Conservation District.
have grabbed your lunches, and you can, of course, feel free to start eating it. After the panel, there will be a little bit longer lunch break as well. Okay, so I have the pleasure of introducing Barbara Goodell. Barbara needs little introduction to most of you. She's been a guardian of the Valley for the last 30, 40 years since she and her husband arrived in 1978. So she's a founding board member of the Land Trust and also of the Anderson Valley Adult School and the Mendocino Permaculture. Very, very involved, as you can see. But she never rests on her laurels. She's been providing just huge leadership to both the board and to the organization of this panel. Thank you, Barbara. Take it away.
All right. Am I close enough to the mic? No. All right, in this panel, we're going to be looking at ways to bolster Anderson Valley's resistance to climate change by looking at proven methods to decrease our carbon sequestration and, our carbon footprint, and to increase our carbon footprint by looking at biodiversity, sustainability, and using regenerative practices. We hope to keep our water flowing, our forests vibrant, our carbon sequestered, our community well housed, and our food, drink, fiber, and medicine locally produced. Voting with our dollar. To share their knowledge and describe what's already working, we have Kyle Farmer of Magruder Ranch in his role as regenerative livestock manager. We have Mary Maega of a registered professional forester who works for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. We have Emily Winfield, who's the regional coordinator of the North Coast Soil Hub, and Steve Wood, who's a licensed architect who designs carbon positive buildings and other structures, and is promotes equity in our community. So we're going to start off with Kyle.
Thank you, everybody, for being here with me today. I've learned a lot already. We have some incredible poets, and I'm just especially grateful for the young person that shared her story with us. I was crying. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but it's just amazing to hear from somebody young like that. I spent a lot of my time thinking about what Mike Jones thinks about, which is disturbance ecology. And I interact with disturbance ecology really in two ways. One is managing grazing, and the other is managing fire, or prescribed fire. I'm part of the founders of the Minnesota Prescribed Burn Association. I'm working on my burn boss certification, and I can just talk about fire all day long. But what I want to start out with today is my colleague Chris Chin agreed to do some juggling for us. And what I want to do is I need your guys' help. He's going to juggle for 30 seconds, and I need you to count with me how many times he throws a pine cone in the air. Okay? So, and then, does anyone have a stop clock for me?
Sure.
Stopwatch? Yeah, I guess you're the time guy, right? 30 seconds. Okay, and we can count as he throws them up in the air. Everybody ready? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Keep on going.
Where am I at?
30 seconds? Perfect. Thank you so much. So I was figuring he would do about 50, right? Pretty close. So I did the math first so we don't have to do it again. If we're talking minutes, right? He could have done 100 in a minute. He would have been tossing 100 minutes into the air. I did a little bit of math on the size of this room. If he were to juggle for 13.7 days, so basically for 2 weeks, he would fill this entire room with pine cones. What am I missing here? What did I get wrong? Like, why doesn't that work? Right? We've already heard about it with our first two poets for today, right? Cycles. These pine cones are cycling in his hands, right? And I can't tell you, I wake up every day and read another newspaper article that talks about emissions without taking into account cycles, right? And we started out today hearing about ways of thinking. To me, that is because the way we do a lot of our math is a linear way of thinking about cycles. We try to take a cycle, we place it onto a line, and we end up with these ridiculous ways of thinking about the world, right? I can tell you how many times I get the question, what about the emissions from prescribed fire? What about the smoke going up from those leaves on the ground? What about the smoke going up in the air from the sticks on the ground, right? It's because we have taken into our brains, our impermeable brains, a vision of static nature that doesn't take into account cycles. And when we do that, we end up filling this entire room with pine cones in 14 days, right? And so, I wanted to start out that way today because I think it's hard to talk about grazing unless you engage with the carbon cycle, right? Because what you hear every day is emissions from cattle, methane, right? And in all the sequestration we can do in terms of improved grazing and carbon sequestration into the soil is meaningless if you look at the methane numbers the way they're generally presented. But if you look at methane as something that's emitted into the atmosphere, stays in the atmosphere for 12 years, and breaks down, it's called a short-term climate pollutant, and breaks down in 12 years into carbon dioxide and water, and continues the cycle. We start looking at the world in cycles. We start looking at forests as dynamic, as Mike talked about today, dynamic systems that are constantly cycling, right? What we're trying to do with prescribed fire, and especially understory light burning, are having lots of little cycles, right? Stand replacing fire is one big cycle. Obi was referencing panarchy. I think that's probably what that slide was, the panarchic cycle. These are understanding nature as a forms of interconnected, fractal, dynamic, constant cycles is how we see nature clearly enough to engage with nature and to make good choices. Mary and I chatted a little bit yesterday. We'll do number one, and I'll see how far I can get. These were from a forestry and from a range perspective, kind of what we thought the 5 keys were. First was think in terms of ecological surrogates. Mike was talking about disturbance ecology. I could have renamed this fall in love with disturbance, engage with disturbance. Environmentalism has a history of fearing disturbance. Clemensian succession theory rejected disturbance and said, if you leave the forest alone, it is on this inevitable trajectory towards perfection, right? We've disproved Clemensian succession theory, and yet sort of the Clement's ghost lasts in our ways of understanding ecology and our ability to manage it. Number 2, that we both really felt, whenever I kind of do site visits with people or talk to new landowners who are thinking about using grazing as part of their management, is specificity of place. I can tell you how many people, the first thing they do when they want to think about how they can use animals on their landscape is read 2 or 3 books by a Virginian, right? And then they have to, this is Joel Salatin, you have to just kind of then spend so much time, a lot of these rangelands are highly invaded by annual grasses. We're also learning, we spend a lot of time talking about grazing theory that comes out of Nebraska, right? These are perennial grasslands. These are, tall grass, short grass, prairie systems. It's very hard to get all those other places out of our heads and really tune in with the specificity of this place. Number 3 that Mary and I both agreed was if we could build creative consensus around active management. I can tell you how much time we spend kind of divided the small percentage of population that's really passionate about nature and restoration, divided between active management versus doing nothing. You can spend all day talking about that. The reason I use the word creative consensus is partially because I learned from Brock that the alliteration really helps people remember things, but that we don't need to have complete consensus, right? I found that as soon as someone takes that leap to say, we're going to do something here, the conversation gets so much more interesting. Just something, whatever that is, that we're going to do something. So if we could have more creative consensus around active management. There's an intergenerational dynamic there too. I feel like a lot of younger foresters, a lot of younger people are more comfortable with the concept of being active in nature. Number 4, we both agree with infrastructure. You know, we've been talking in this county a long time about local slaughter. There's actually been some huge regulatory shifts, and yet none of us are really taking advantage of it. But there's also just things like, if we want to have an active grazing world again, you know, you used to be able to drop your animals off at a central location and one person would drive them all to the auction together, right? Just little hubs like that. Infrastructure so that it's not every single person that wants to have a couple animals has to own a big old diesel pickup truck and a trailer. So infrastructure, whether it's shared resources, implements, there's so many aspects of infrastructure on our way eventually to perhaps more local slaughter and processing that would be huge in terms of building a resilient local grazing economy. And then a big one, which also has already been kind of talked about, is that Mary and I both thought was really important between forests and rangeland, is collaboration to achieve viable scale. You know, Wallace Stegner was mentioned too. He talked about the pasturage farm that was a 2,600-acre ranch. That's what he thought was kind of a viable single-family scale. We have turned a lot of these places into ranchettes, and then each individual landowner trying to have their own micro-sustainable operation. We live in the arid West where there are huge ecosystem benefits to scale. Actually, the science shows that super small scale rotational grazing efforts tend to have some negative aspects to their effect on sort of wildland ecosystems. I'm not talking about super small in terms of really integrated into cropping, that there's really no problems of scale, but there are certain better ecosystem outcomes to large scale continuous grazing than there is to super small scale rotational grazing. One thing that I've realized as you look around, as you look at these cut up maps, is that you could view these ranchettes, these subdivisions, as rotational grazing paddocks, right? There's a woman down in Sonoma County, but I'm blanking on her name right now, but she doesn't own a truck, she doesn't own a trailer, she's working with her neighbors and moving animals between these agriculturally abandoned paddocks. And it works financially because she doesn't own that infrastructure that ruins the economies of scale that it takes to ranch, where if you have to own all this stuff, you just can't make it work. So prescribed fire is another big aspect where these collaborations to achieve viable scale are a really big deal. We do a lot of site visits with the Prescribed Burn Association. Often you'll come to a small property, they have their property lines, right? Their modern property lines, and they want to do a prescribed fire. And we have to tell them, this isn't how fire works. Fire doesn't respect property lines, fire does respect ridge lines. If you can achieve scale, if you can collaborate with your neighbors to be at that watershed, which also happens to be fireshed scale, we can do a lot of prescribed fire on the land, but only with that kind of collaboration. I made it. And thank you again, Chris.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mary Maeda. I'm a forester for the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. We provide free technical assistance and cost share programs for landowners. We do agriculture, but my specialty is forestry. So if you own forest land, if you want some free technical advice, please call me. I'd love to come talk about the woods with you. I'm better in the woods than on stage, so please bear with me. So it was really great talking to Kyle last night, really thinking about, okay, strategies for resiliency. That's really big. That's a big task that we're asked to take on, right? So really trying to talk about it in certain points was helpful for me. So the first one we talked about, and just think in terms of ecological surrogates. So our past and current land uses and policies have really eliminated and changed the natural and cultural processes that our landscapes, our ecosystems, our trees, our animals, wildlife, everyone has evolved with and adapted to. So we really need to think about how do we get back into balance so that we've knocked off course so much in the last over 100 years. And so really that is trying to act as those natural processes, act as that fire, whether it is lighting more fire or if it's mechanical treatment that is going to mimic that fire. We have really changed things because we've eliminated these processes. We have too many trees. I know that that might not be popular to say something, but we have too many trees and we need to cut a lot of them. So either we need to cut them, we need to burn them. But really there's too much demand right now on our landscape with all the trees and other vegetation that is currently out there. So we really need to think about how we can get back into balance. And to do that, how do you do that? I said cut, but what does that mean? So really you need to understand your specific piece of property, your specific forest, to understand what you should do. No, there's no one size fits all for vegetation management. We have a lot of different micro ecosystems here. We have a lot of different vegetation types, and that diversity is what builds resiliency, and it's also what makes our place so special. So really understanding your specific place and makes you make better management decisions. So every space is different based on the soil, the aspect, the water resources, and just your overall access to do management. So really understanding what you can and cannot do, both economically and feasibly, what's best for the land is important. So really the main point of managing for resiliency is active management. Doing nothing is, for most places, no longer a very viable alternative to do. We've really messed things up, so we need to come in and try and fix them in a way that's really, really what the landscape is asking of us. So that is mimicking natural processes. We need to thin things out to reduce fuel load and also reduce competition. So Mike really talked great about disturbance ecology and just competition for resources and how over-competition can stress out our trees that lead them to be more susceptible to disturbances, and that in itself is the definition of non-resiliency. So with active management, I want to point out that this does include timber harvest. Timber harvest can be a very important tool for restoration and management. I've been to a lot of properties where really to meet the goal of resiliency and forest health, you have to take out larger trees. And it's a lot better if we can utilize those trees in a way that produces goods. We all use timber products, so why don't we get them locally and do them in a practice that is going to be a lot more sustainable than other places in the country and the world where we're importing wood from. We also, with that being said, as some of you might know, timber harvest or even just any vegetation management is really expensive. And we just don't currently have a great infrastructure to do all the work that is needed on the landscape. So right now our markets are really limited by the number of mills we have and what they will take. So what we need to do is expand our infrastructure. We need more mills, we need more community-sized mills so we're not hauling material as far. And we also need other forest product infrastructure. So whether that be bioenergy plants, whether it be more firewood, centralized firewood production, or like landscaping materials, just any way we can use all this fuel that is out there right now is really, really important strategy for being a resilient community. We are the Anderson Valley and Mendocino as a whole, our economy is really based on natural resources, and we want to support that. We want to continue to support that. And with infrastructure also is our workforce. We need people to do the work, and we need to create jobs. And I think that there is a lot of opportunity out there, and the state is really thinking about that too. They have grants for workforce development. We need more people that know what they're doing out in the woods and doing the good work and can just go out there and do it. As we know, it's hard to get things done if it's not easy, so we want to make it as easy as possible for landowners to know who they can go to get the work done that is needed and that they understand they're on the same page as the workforce. And then the last thing is just collaboration to achieve viable scale. So we talked about parcelization. We talked about how, these natural processes don't adhere to these straight lines that we've drawn over the landscape. So instead of doing our 1,000 points of light, where maybe one landowner is doing a little bit here, another one's doing it over there, is that really achieving a landscape level, watershed level treatment or restoration? And so we really need to leverage our resources and work together to do cross-boundary projects, and that will also allow us to direct resources in the most strategic areas, along ridges, along roads, and really make the impact that is needed. Because right now, doing a little bit here or there is great for your own sense of space and place, but on a landscape level where we are having really large scale disturbances, we need to be doing very large projects, and that means working together. And also working together means that it's overall going to be more economically viable and cheaper for you per acre because crews are coming in to have larger projects. Timber sales are better to have more volume over a larger area. It just helps with actually getting work done. So I guess lastly, I'm really happy to be here that we're all talking and thinking like a watershed because it's not going to happen on a piece by piece basis. Restoration, resilience comes in managing a diverse landscape, and that is a landscape watershed model. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. There's Emily.
When in doubt, remove it. Halftime music. Da, 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 da. I'm working on it.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
Yes.
So, well, that's me. I think Steve would. Steve.
But we're not at the very top.
I'm going to leap into the breach,
Goes down
I
again.
guess. Is this working for you?
Get it taller.
Here we go. Okay. My name's Steve Wood. I'm currently an architect here in the valley. I've been here for a little over 50 years, which is an interesting time to have been here. A lot of changes have gone down, including new glasses. So I've watched the valley change in my time from logging and sheep and fruit farming to today's economy of vineyards, wineries and tourism, with a bit of timber harvesting on the side and numbers of second homes to folks in the Bay Area. Some high-end dining and mercantile and a bit still fruit farming surround us. We need now to take a hard look at our role in responding to the climate crisis as individuals and as a community. My area of special concern and experience is the built environment, how we make our homes and businesses in ways that strive to be ecologically neutral and hopefully carbon negative. And this is where I would actually mention the term carbon positive is actually not a good thing. Carbon negative is. So this is, for me, a continual learning process. Sustainable community requires attention to the big picture and to the small details. So I know better than most that we all chafe under the zoning and planning rules, the building code, and the seemingly arbitrary requirements of the various building officials. That seems to be the nub of my job sometimes, threading the way through the web of people and text to make something practical and beautiful for people to live and work within. So I know more than better, residential zoning and planning codes are the first order tools that limit human density and determine the quality of the built environment. In general, in the county, we can have only one dwelling on an unlimited size of one dwelling of an unlimited size on a legal parcel. A second dwelling is allowed, but must be no more than 1,200 square feet. Water availability and septic disposal also limit residential development. Specific zoning rules may be complicated, but serve in the main to limit development and population density. So the bird's eye view, a mostly scattered, lightly populated rural community has a hard time matching the ecological virtues of the city, which may seem strange, but I think it's true. Isolated buildings require extensive public and private roads, scattered electrical loads with long wire runs, individual heating systems, individual water and waste disposal systems, and individual transportation all add to make economies of concentration and scale impossible. For me, this makes our responsibility to be environmentally thoughtful, especially urgent. So what can we do? First, make our personal transportation as carbon neutral as possible. This means moving to cars and trucks that are electric and being strong advocates for the greening of the electrical grid that provides their motive power. This is not really in my bailiwick as a builder, but it's an urgent change that must happen and happen soon. Second, we must make our dwellings as carbon neutral as possible, both the energy embodied in the materials and in the construction, and the energy required to live in and maintain the structures. This means that energy efficiency is part of basic planning, siting, orientation, insulation, roof overhangs, energy efficient windows and doors. Passive heating and cooling should always be a feature of design. In this mild, forgiving climate, there's little excuse for space conditioning that requires big fuel or electrical loads. So thoughtful orientation to sun and overhangs can admit or exclude sunlight depending on the season and the time of day. We should cluster housing when possible with homes sharing utilities, roads, water, and waste disposal. Thirdly, consider the carbon load of materials of construction. Concrete, steel, and glass all require enormous inputs of heat to produce, which is usually provided by natural gas and sometimes coal. This is balanced, on the other hand, by the durability of these materials, and durability is a huge virtue. We want what we build to last for a good long time, and to have the environmental impact spread out over many years. So we need to advocate clean electric energy to make cement, steel, and glass, or carbon capture when clean energy is unavailable. For example, concrete is one of my favorite materials, but each ton of cement requires the heat equivalent of 400 pounds of coal, and its manufacture generates nearly a ton of CO2. You can see the problem. Concrete and steel require huge inputs of energy to create, but are the most durable materials we have. So this is not just a local problem. We need pressure on the larger society to force manufacture these key materials into means and locations that have a neutral carbon cost. So one of the tools we have is our building codes. The California Building Code requires a designer to take the environmental load of a new building into account and to meet basic minimum efficiencies. As we used to say about gravity, it's not just a good idea, it's the law. Every new structure needs to meet or exceed basic standards of energy efficiency as measured by a series of rules and calculations. These regulations rate various building features like insulation, types of windows and doors, heating and cooling systems, lighting, it goes on and on. Documenting the requirements of a building and the characteristics that quality has become a special cottage industry. These rules get tighter and more complex every year, and with good reason. These principles also apply to business structures, wineries, stores, restaurants, farming, and so on. There are no free passes to business when it comes to energy efficiency. And energy efficiency often translates straight to the bottom line. Ingenuity pays off. Night harvesting of wine grapes, for example, is a brilliant way of avoiding the refrigeration needs of warm day harvested fruit. Drip and subsurface irrigation of tree and vine crops saves precious water and pumping electricity. Photovoltaics power many of our schools and businesses, keeping power local and carbon free. So a word about equity. Decent housing for the working folks in the valley is very hard to come by, expensive to rent. We should see as part of our push for sustainability a responsibility to provide fair and equitable housing for workers of all varieties. Yes, make sure I'm hitting it all. Yes. I'm gratified to note that many of our large operations here do just that. So if I may, on a personal note, I'm no angel when it comes to resource conservation or avoiding the long driving just for pleasure. But I have paid some attention to how my own house is built. Its core is material salvaged from a demolished mill cabin in 1970, including shortened studs to get rid of nails and splits. It was covered with rather thin, weathered, used redwood shingles. Over time, our site has changed. The forest has grown up, and small redwoods have become substantial, gradually stealing the light of our southern exposure. So a couple of years ago, we cut down about 8 of those second growth invaders and had them milled into lumber. We stickered and dried the results for a year, and last year installed new board and batten siding on the whole place after stripping off of the old shingles that remained on the house. From this, I feel I can advocate patience and the long view. We will need patience and the long view in the rest of this century. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, big thank you to Patrick for getting these slides up. Thank you. Okay, I'm really happy to be here with everybody today. There's a lot of people that I don't know here, but I'm Emily Winfield, and I have the pleasure of serving as the regional coordinator for a collaborative network called the North Coast Soil Hub. And we work with farmers and ranchers and technical assistance providers, educators, and folks from the community throughout Marin, Sonoma, Mendocino, Napa, Lake County, and Humboldt. So there's a lot of folks around the region doing super exciting work, and I'll talk a little bit more about that today, but we'll do the best we can with 10 minutes. I want to start off by saying that this is a really challenging time for agriculture and a challenging time for farmers and ranchers. For folks that make their living off of the land, they don't have a choice. They have to deal with what the climate brings them. So what are some of the expected conditions for Anderson Valley given a future with rapid climate change? What are we expecting to see here?
114 degrees in Boonville.
114 degrees in Boonville. Okay, what else? Drought. Yeah. Increased frequency and severity of drought. What else?
10-year floods now 4-year flood.
10-year floods, now 4-year floods, exactly. So in a lot of ways, the folks who work on the land, who manage the land, and folks who live out here are really at the forefront. And so I want to say first that it's just a very, very challenging time, but it's also a very exciting time, I think. And we get the pleasure of seeing a lot of this exciting work that is happening on the ground. And a lot of farmers and ranchers are seeing that there is a need for them to adapt to future conditions and also build resilience within their systems so that they can maintain viability of their ag operations. And so in a lot of ways, the regenerative farming movement, or if you want to call it climate beneficial agriculture or climate smart ag or carbon farming, in a lot of ways, this is so exciting because it is driven by folks on the ground, by farmers and ranchers who recognize this need to change the way that things have been done so that they can maintain the viability of their operation and provide really vital ecosystem services for their communities. In addition to this acknowledgement on the ground that we need to change, there's also an increase in investment. We see at the state and the federal level an increase, a big increase in investment for what they normally call climate smart agriculture, but we're really talking about the same things. So sometimes we're speaking a little bit of a different language, and they might be using the term climate smart agriculture, and we might be using regenerative or carbon farming, but we're really talking about the same set of principles and a lot of the same management practices. So those are two reasons why I'm excited: the momentum on the ground for regenerative ag and an increase in investment at the state and the federal level for this type of work. I know that I want to go over this really briefly. I know that this is probably review for most people in the room, and we've talked a lot today about the above ground world and vegetation and forest fuels. So we're going to bring it down to the ground a little bit more and talk about what's happening at the surface and what's happening below the surface within our soils. So I think that the basis for regenerative agriculture is really about the soil. We're talking about building up healthy soils to support healthy plants and to provide those ecosystem services for us. So a lot of what we're talking about is about protecting the surface of the soil. I think someone was asking earlier about leaving bare ground between the vines. Ideally, we would be covering all of our soil surfaces with plants or with something like a mulch. Another soil health principle is maintaining continuous living roots in the soil when possible, because roots are really what is feeding the soil biology that is doing most of the work for us in the soil. A huge principle is maximizing diversity, above ground diversity and below ground diversity, and then reducing disturbance, which we've also talked a little bit about here today. And the disturbance that we're talking about is really tillage in this context. And many folks would say that a fifth principle would be to integrate animals into your system. So we have people on the ground talking about soil health principles. We have folks talking about regenerative ag. And I just want to point out some of this increase in investment that we see at the state level. Thank you. At the state level, we have new programs that started, in the last 5-10 years that are providing financial incentives for farmers and ranchers to implement climate smart agricultural practices. A lot of these programs are based on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural practices and sequestering more carbon in the soil. So we may be focusing on different primary benefits. They may be talking about reducing GHG emissions, and we may be talking about increasing the health and vibrancy and viability of our ag systems, but we're really talking about the same thing. I want to go back to what Brock said earlier about thinking about the water cycle and the carbon cycle, and specifically the way that we think about those things below ground. So when we think about building and maintaining healthy soils, we're talking about building up the organic matter in the soil, providing much needed food and resources for our soil biology that are really driving the beneficial processes under the ground. So we're talking about taking the sun's energy and maximizing that carbon.
taking that atmospheric carbon and through the use of photosynthesis, putting it down into the soil. The way that that happens is really through microbial processes. And the crazy thing about plants is that when they photosynthesize, many of those products of photosynthesis, those things like carbohydrates, the plant uses some of those products to build its own tissues, but then that plant sends a big percentage of those products down into the soil through its roots. And percentages vary based on different types of plants, but that can be as much as 50% or more of those photosynthetic products that the plant is putting out into the soil to feed soil biology. That's really crazy. You would think that a plant would take 100% of those products for itself, utilize it to build its tissues. But the underground soil biology food web is so critical, and plants feed that food web by sending things down through their roots. So this part of the carbon cycle that happens underground, that takes atmospheric carbon and sends it through the roots down into the soil. This also happens through the decomposition of plant litter. This is very critical for thinking about how we store carbon in our soils. As we think about the water cycle as well, healthy soils provide very critical services for farmers and ranchers. When it does rain, when we do get those 14-year or 10-year floods happening in 4 years, we're getting really big rainfall events that are happening all at the same time, tons of water. A healthy soil will be able to get a hold of that water and keep it in the soil. So your infiltration rates are going to increase, and the ability of the soil to hold on to that water. So we have these big rainfall events, and what we don't want to see happening is our soil washing away with the rain. We have runoff, we have soil erosion. Nobody wants that. A farmer said to me the other day, they don't make dirt anymore. And that's right, they don't. So we really have to hold on to what we have. And leaving those continuous roots in the soil, building up that healthy soil, protecting it, that's a big way that we prevent things like erosion and runoff during these flood events. Most of what we talk about in the regenerative ag space is more about principles and mindset, but I want to touch a little bit about management practices, because management is a big piece of this. So what kinds of practices are supporting soil health? Well, there's building up soil organic matter, like I mentioned, through the use of compost application or things like cover crops. We also have examples of practices on this list that reduce the disturbance through tillage. We have practices like silvopasture, planting perennial vegetation through tree planting on rangeland, or things like hedgerows or windbreaks. And I want to note that it isn't enough just to implement these practices. You have to be actively managing. I think Mary mentioned that. All of this comes with active management of the land. But these are the types of things that we're talking about when we are thinking about what do regenerative systems really look like. I think everybody here knows why it matters, and we've touched a little bit on this, but healthy soils provide such critical ecosystem services, not only for farmers and ranchers, but for the rest of us as well. This is our flood control. When we think about what farmers and ranchers can do for us, it isn't just the provision of nutrient-dense food and fiber and grapes. There are so many ecosystem services like wildlife habitat and flood mitigation that our agricultural lands provide. And so we can't ask farmers and ranchers to do this all on their own, because we as the community reap so many benefits as well. So it really does take the whole community coming together to decide what the future will look like and what they want the future to look like in that community. And I know that I'm out of time, sorry. I just want to say lastly that I think we do really have the power to make choices that determine what our future looks like. And that can be defined by our own terms for our own communities. And I think that we can harness those state and federal investments that we see. We can take that money, we can take those investments and utilize it to create the future that we want on the ground level for our communities. So thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. So we have all this knowledge now, how are we going to apply it? I'd like our panelists to maybe throw out some ideas of how each and every one of you are gonna apply some of this knowledge. Kind of a big question.
I was talking with Christina Wolf, who's a PhD rangeland person who works for Board of Forestry yesterday, kind of getting her advice on what I might talk about today, because I was reading some of her papers comparing continuous rotation and rotational grazing. And I realized I used to talk about rotational grazing as if it was going to do more than it will. So I've really been trying to be scientific and careful about things. And one thing that we both really agreed on is that one of the main things we can do to cure overgrazing in some places, which is a lot of people's concern, is to cure undergrazing in others. So if you own property, if you have a fence line, I really encourage you, even if you don't think that your neighbor is, quote unquote regenerative rancher, however you might define these things, if you think that their management could be better, don't underestimate how much you can still achieve in partnership. Really, that person is managing a single large paddock, and you put a gate in your fence. Now they're managing two. You could reach out to someone like me, someone like the NRCS, and come up with a grazing plan that has strategic, what I call if-then protocols that could, set, in your lease agreement, you'd set the standards for how things were grazed. And sometimes that might be different than you aesthetically imagine the ecosystem wants from you. At the same time, ungrazed areas, from a grassland birds perspective, my favorite papers is called, I forget how the name of it, should we just simply look at heterogeneity as the metric, rather than what type of grassland structure is good? Maybe what's actually good is simply heterogeneity itself. So if you watch birds, they'll nest in tall grasses and feed in short ones. So there are incredible opportunities within what you might call conventional or industrial agland world to create partnerships, and then to set standards that are science-based to achieve perhaps better outcomes on both acreages, especially if they're adjacent.
I'm really glad that you put up making a plan or talked about making a plan, because I think that's number one thing you can do is really look at your piece of property or where you live, see how it sits on the landscape, and start thinking about your goals and objectives and how to manage to meet those. And it can be really overwhelming to think about your whole property at once, but when you start breaking it down into smaller management units, it makes it a lot easier to then take one bite at a time and think long-term. We live on such a different time scale than our forests or our landscapes, so understanding that and thinking about how we can work on our own lifetime on a long-term scale that would outlast us is really important. But ask for help if you don't really understand the ecology of your area. UC is out there, the RCD is out there, NRCS is out there. We're all here to help get you some professional assistance, whether in a lot of time that's a free technical assistance too. We get into this because we like to be outside, so please get us out of the office.
Emily, do you have any practical advice for landowners? Mike?
I think I'm just going to agree with Mary that there are folks who are in positions and paid positions who can help landowners make plans for their properties, who can help them access not only that type of technical assistance, but financial assistance as well. So there is a community and a whole ecosystem of people that are there to provide assistance to our landowners to make sure that what we all want to happen can actually happen on our agricultural land. So I'm in agreement about making the plans and about working together, because I think that is where our power comes from.
I think the thing I'd like to bring up is it's a combination of factors. The world population in my lifetime has tripled. The population of the world, just in the time I've lived in the valley, has doubled. There's just a lot more of us. And at the same time, the built environment, what we choose to live in, has gradually gotten larger. People have expectations that are developed for cultural reasons, perhaps. And so where we have typical families, only about 3 people now, used to be about 3.3. Used to joke that my sister was a 0.3. As our families have grown smaller, our expectations of the space and the footprint we take has become larger. And so there's a gradual change now. The tiny home movement, I think, is really worth looking at. And whenever we build something, I think it's important to realize that the amount of space we take, the amount of resources we use to create that space are really crucial, especially in a more crowded planet.
I guess also we're talking about thinking like a watershed, so getting together with your neighbors and talking about this and seeing how you can do work together is really important.
And buying locally too is really important. Your food and your fiber, your drink and medicine all can be had locally. And that does save on transportation, which saves fossil fuel. So I think are we finished or we don't have time for the audience?
How about that?
1 minute, one quick question from the audience. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, to Kyle's suggestion around working with neighbors with livestock. So for those of us like who don't have a neighbor immediately adjacent, but there might be, we noticed sheep ranching, for example, in the area. Like, does it make sense to have people drive their animals over? Like, is that worth it? Like the carbon trade-off there? And if it is worth it, is there any kind of organization in the community to like hook up people who have the animals and are looking for extra land to graze and the people who have the extra land that could be grazed?
I'm sure that there are listservs. I've been at many events that had boards like this where they have, I have and I need. There's the Grange, there's the Farm Bureau, there's word of mouth, there's Craigslist. Match.graze, there we go. There's an app for that. I was recently at kind of a neat, what they called a serious game down at Hoffman Field Station that was dealing with this exact question. And they play this game in European farming communities to match orchardists to sheep grazers specifically. And one of the things that wasn't really applicable from that game that maybe should be, that's applicable in Europe, is that they have what they call sort of transhumance rights. I have some friends down in Sonoma County that run what they call a transhumance festival, where they run animals down the road. I figure there's probably 40, 50 people in this whole county that can deal with the animal out on the road. So that makes it really difficult. And when it comes to kind of having more of a dispersed grazing operation, within the 10 years that I've been ranching in this county, all of our lease land has sold to new ownership. And so far, it's been less collaborative than it was in the previous ownership. It's honestly getting to the point where I don't think we're going to be able to maintain an at-scale grazing operation just simply due to land use change. And just to the fact that, as you say, being dispersed, non-contiguous, has inefficiencies that are extremely anti-economical. If you look at what happens carried over time, people sell property in high value areas and move to places with lower land costs and then continue to do things like ranching. There's, all those people that I'm talking about, they sold and moved to Oregon or Wyoming or Idaho and bought a place 20 times bigger for the same price. And they're having viable operations. We're in direct competition. There's no such thing anymore as country of origin laws on meat labeling. So we're in direct competition with Brazil. That's, Nicaragua is where a lot of dairy is now going to be coming from. So the efficiencies of scale that you mentioned when you talk about putting an animal into a truck and driving it down the road and letting it back out, no way. That's never gonna pencil. That's where contract grazing comes in. That's where you start paying somebody to graze your property because you're concerned about the fire danger of this excess annual grass accumulation year by year that accumulates until the fire comes. And instead of having 20 cycles, as Mike mentioned, instead of having 10 cycles in that carbon flow, you have one big one. And that's why, I'm a very curious, ecologically oriented mind. I'm not going to tell you that grazing is this wonderful thing. I certainly am cognizant of the negative ramifications of certain types of cattle grazing. But one thing that made me absolutely certain that I'm doing the right thing was that 17 fire that Congressman Huffin mentioned. There is clear fence line to fence line contrast. Ungrazed land, the trees were all top killed. And the grazed land, they weren't. And to me, that simple fact there that has been borne out of Upland Field Station research too, means that this management of annual grasslands, even if we're all vegans, we still have to figure out how are we going to manage all of these annual grasses that create explosive amounts of fuel every single year. And so if that's contract grazing, that means that's part of the cost of owning acreage, is paying for those sheep to come down the road, or those goats or those cows, and eating, down to some sort of residual dry matter that Adina's research shows is ecological or not, 500, 700, 1,000, something like that. But the key is if that sheep farm, and there's a few neighbors between it, is that transhumance network. That we are, moving animals across the landscape, especially to road adjacent properties. I know I went.
That's okay. I just want to mention that another resource that, for conservation of your land is working with the land trust and your conservation easement. And after lunch, somebody else is going to announce it, but we're going to have a discussion, question and answer, so people can interact a lot more. This is technically lunchtime, so if you didn't get lunch, please do.
And as you're getting lunch on your agenda, afternoon, there are 7 or 8 questions. Take a look at those and think about them, okay? And we'll talk later.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask Steve a question. Sure.
they wanted to have this view of the land.
Where's the lens on the front, or where is it?
It's, we point it, it is an owl. Yeah, it's a meeting owl. Yeah.
So all these white things are lenses?
Nope, it's up here.
Up here?
Yep.
Okay, we, on your agenda is a list of 20 questions, not quite 20. 7 or 8 questions, and I want to sort of start a conversation, if that's possible. And again, I want to remind you, if you've got deep thoughts or questions, put them on a little yellow sticky and put them up on the board. We will be recording all this for future use. So the questions are basically, if you go through them all, I like the one, what's keeping you up at night about the future of Anderson Valley? And it's like, well, that could be all sorts of things. The lights from the grow site below me, that keeps me up all night. The glow. As I said, it can be all sorts of things. And what resiliency projects are you working on? So we're sort of transitioning from the academic to the pragmatic. What can we do as a community, or have we done as a community, or how we network as a community with the idea of resiliency, even though that's to be defined. And I'm going to start it with a couple ringers. Is Jonathan here? Is he outside? Oh, well.
Right there.
He's hiding. Okay. And anyone from Lori from the River Bend? Are you here? Okay. Come on up front. I'm Phil Donahue. Come on up front. Story time.
Thank you. Well, thanks everybody, and excited to be here. So I just was listening to all of this, and so a general question I want to kind of tease us with a bit is, in thinking as ourselves, the human part of the ecosystem here, the human part of the watershed, and starting to put together what I've been learning for the last 15 years and today, thinking about all of the resources, all of the knowledge that's out there, and wondering as we ask more questions and talk today, if we can really just keep in mind, how do we slow, think, and spread knowledge and resources in the Anderson Valley in such a way that we can have that viable scale that we were talking about earlier, that actually supports the kind of efficiency and efficacy we really need. So just thinking about, like, how do we think in this next little bit of time about sharing resources, knowledge, because I know that I was talking with Linda about the RCD, that the RCD has so much capacity as a hub, and yet there's this kind of break or a gap between what they're capable of doing and the information and knowledge, and then all of us here who are, how do I actually implement this? How do I create biochar? How do I do prescribed burns? How do I do gray water? How do I do no-till? How do we do this in a way that I can collaborate with my neighbors? So how do we think collaboratively in all of this? So I just want to bring that to the tip of our attention as we're imagining and asking questions.
Any comment on that?
Good idea.
Good idea. There you go. So what do you think of the panel session so far? Okay. The question we all have to ask ourselves is, how do we take and it wasn't totally academic whatsoever, but the philosophies that were presented and act on our own property and locally. One thought that someone mentioned to me during the break was, why don't we have a local Anderson Valley Prescribed Burn Association versus the Mendocino County? Well, that would require people here and within the valley, the 3,800 of us that live in the valley or visit the valley, to actually get together and start that. It's a grassroots kind of thing. So what does resiliency mean to you? I'll point a finger.
Oh, that's really not fair. Well, we have responsibility for approximately 10 acres, and we're trying to do whatever we can on our small little plot. And we're gonna walk away with some to-dos, I know, today. But I don't know how we connect to the larger picture.
Okay. That's Rancho Navarro, I think, and you pruned your redwood trees up, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Which is good for fire.
Yeah, I did.
So, anyone else, sir? Okay. This is a quiet group, yes.
I guess I think of it in terms of the ability at a community scale to mitigate and
Microphone,
adapt to changing circumstances. Okay, I think of resiliency as a community scale ability to mitigate and adapt to the changing environment.
Anyone else? Back here. Yes.
I think of it as the ability to maintain the soul or the spirit of a place while keeping its nature and landscape continuing.
And if we keep that rural character, you're next, just a minute, someone down here. I take one at a time.
I think of resiliency as, well, first of all, the ability to take feedback from the environment and from each other, like actually look around and learn from what we're seeing and then respond, as opposed to trying to impose an idea that we preconceived, but actually responding to what the environment and what the community is telling us.
Well, I'm walking over, every time I drive into Boonville, I look at the hills on the north side that used to be grazed by sheep and now are supporting individual property owners who maintain the 5 acres around their residence maybe, but not the other 160 acres. And now it's turning into chaparral, which is a higher fire danger. And it could be changed if we had a local prescribed burn association.
Yes, this is a suggestion for all the property owners out there. I think we can rethink property lines, that you still own the property, you still have the property line, but a lot of us put fencing up there. And if we created corridors that didn't have fencing in them, probably falling in creeks. But if we thought about the need for those corridors and the fencing around that, you could maintain your domestic animals, you could maintain corridors for wild animals. I don't think we do that, and we could do it as a valley. It's not that big a place.
Well, we're left with the last couple hundred years, or with the last 20,000 years of human management and all that that's given us, for better or for worse. A lot of it, at least from the last couple hundred years, for worse. So there's dealing with that, but there's also a really good accumulation of knowledge and climate science telling us what's coming and preparing for that.
I think that a key component is, in resilience, is having younger people involved, and not only as a labor source, but as a cultural imperative. And I don't see a collaboration with our small school system here as much as I feel like there could be, to have youth be incorporated, invited, and I appreciate the idea of land tending and all that we've spoken about. But as I look around the room and the fact that so many landowners, the ones who are here, are not young enough to do the physical labor, and it's the housing issue that was mentioned before is tremendous if you don't have the people and you're hiring people on okay, you're gonna come in this week and you're gonna do this work, but there's not the upkeep because the labor's not there and the enthusiasm by the younger people is not there, then how is any of this really gonna go forward? It's really wonderful to talk about it, and I appreciate it, and I'm just curious how we can open our private property doors to including youth in this cultivation of love of the land.
The Anderson Valley Youth Resilience Corps. Anyone else?
Yeah, just want to give you this note there. I am a teacher at the school here, and for all of you who are thinking about projects in the future, invite us in. You know, it's going to take work to collaborate. It will be complicated. You won't get workers who work really well all the time, or never shake your hand or whatever it is. But think about inviting the youth in, and I think they will benefit so much from that.
I personally appreciate your comment. We bought our property in 1987, and we have some grass hillsides that a kite likes to harvest from, and I love watching, sitting at my computer, looking at the window and seeing the flutter. So I've been manually keeping those grassland, and I'm gray now. So prescribed burn sounds like a good idea. I mean, it's, you know, I'm getting tired of ripping out Doug firs and manzanitas. Yes.
I was wondering how much interest there would be in Anderson Valley to have kind of opportunities for people to get together and do stewardship projects related to the river or the tributaries of the river. And I know there have been some done, the community's been involved. And I just think that would be, there's a lot of energy here, and I think it would be community building and helpful to the resource. So I don't know how many people are interested in that.
You mean something like a work party where you all get together and do bigger projects?
Right, but something like planned where maybe it's riparian vegetation restoration or something similar.
I'm a little hesitant to speak, being a visitor from Lake County, but just to reflect back to you, just how tremendously inspiring it is to see so many neighbors coming together to address the things you obviously care so much about. And one observation I will share with you is that you clearly have a fabulous kind of set of local nonprofit organizations helping to organize. One of the things that we have found to be effective in the work that we're doing post-fire and pre-future, whatever it is we're moving into, is to also have our own quasi-governmental organization. You may be aware that within the state of California, your board of supervisors can, by simply drawing a shape with a crayon, basically by simple resolution, establish a municipal advisory council. There are already, I think, 5 or 6 of them in Mendocino County, so your supervisors are familiar with this. And what this does, and what we have found, is that it really is a very nice kind of two-man game that we can play. We have a governmental agency, we have our nonprofits. Some qualify for some kinds of funding, some qualify for others. And this also gives you an official voice at the Board of Supervisors. So I would just, offer that as a possibility for your obviously creative and caring community.
Is that the same as a community services district?
It is not.
Okay. Because we do have a CSD.
Yes, Patrick.
And thank you for bringing that up. I'm in the process of starting to noodle through setting up a municipal advisory council. So if anybody in the community wants to talk to me about that, the first step is to come up with a representative panel of people and a set of bylaws that you can put forward to our supervisor. And so I'm sort of noodling that through with Angela DeWitt, but I was thinking of broadening that out and starting to talk about it. So if people are interested, I'd be delighted to talk to them about it.
And I would say if you're thinking about resiliency, that's a good idea, thinking a few years in advance when the general plan gets rewritten and updated. And if it wasn't for, I know for a fact, some people in the audience here, if it wasn't for that grassroots, local pressure, there wouldn't be an Anderson Valley little sub-element of the county general plan. And the people doing the general plan at the time seemed to like Calistoga and Napa Valley, basically. And it's like, no, don't turn Boonville into that. So there's that authority would allow a louder voice in the updating of policies relating to what resiliency means to Anderson Valley. Make sense? Or did I gobble too much? Okay. What does keep you up at night? Anybody? About resiliency, or do you even think about it? Well, start thinking about it. When you go to bed tonight.
Property insurance.
Yes. My fire insurance just doubled, you mean?
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing, okay?
Yes.
One of the most resilient ideas I think that has ever been, that anybody's ever come up with is the CSA box, Community Supported Agriculture. And over the last, 12 years that I've been farming, I've watched it turn from a really kind of brilliant insurance, resilient way that the community supports the farmer and shares the risk of that into just like a box of veggies, right? So the original idea with the CSA box is that you buy your year's worth of food regardless of whether or not it's produced. So to me, that's resiliency. I'm a volunteer firefighter. We were carrying a guy out a couple of weeks ago during that one little rainstorm. And there were 6 people carrying this one board, and I slipped, and it didn't fall. The guy didn't fall, not because that to me is an example of resiliency. Is that the fact that the 5 people didn't slip and I slipped? That was a resilient system that we had developed in the way we were carrying that guy. And that's what the real CSA box, the true original CSA box. But there's no reason why it had to go away. A lot of us could afford to share the risk with those young farmers, especially. I spent several years helping work with interns, and I personally came to start questioning, is it fair that I'm telling these young people that this is a good idea, or am I telling them they're gonna basically work their bodies to the bone and then turn 30, 35 and have to figure out a different plan because this is not financially viable? That original CSA box, that cooperatively buying and then paying ahead of time so that they don't have to get out an operating loan. And then if the crop fails, if climate change kills that crop, you pay regardless. And so people can afford to do it. I think getting that idea back online is one of the biggest things we can do.
When you were all growing up, your parents probably laid on you certain one-liners, like kissing leads to other things or something like that. And you all have one of those stories. And my father, God bless him, well, my wife's father always said, Gene, life's not fair. My father said, Patrick, it's all a matter of economics. And that's what you're talking about. It's all a matter of economics. And that's true for affordable housing too. So the question becomes, how do we, and I don't have the answer because I'm not an economist, but how do we include affordable housing, particularly since the people who work the farms and teach at schools and just work need housing and keep it local rather than commuting from Ukiah or Cloverdale, which our school teacher used to commute from Cloverdale. So, the principal's school, that's quite a commute. So, yes.
I think that the challenge around housing is to make housing affordable, but also not lose the character of the Anderson Valley. And that probably involves, multiple family housing. To make it affordable, probably means shared infrastructure such as septic or water system, like we're trying to do for the town of Boonville, a wastewater system. And so, I mean, I think of, Switzerland with small pockets of fairly dense housing where the housing shares common walls, so you have energy efficiencies, you have a common roof, reduces cost. I was talking to Supervisor Williams the other day, and he was telling me the average cost per square foot for building in California is now around $525. So 1,000 square foot house is $525,000. I mean, and the economical way of building housing is to do it on an assembly kind of basis. I'm not sure that would maintain, we can maintain the character of the Anderson Valley by building at that scale. It seems to me that we need to find other ways. There are, ways of building using factories where they build with walls and have common designs, and you can reduce the cost of housing, but it's a real challenge. And boy, do we need housing.
Well, has anyone actually calculated how much housing we need?
No.
I mean, that's, in my mind, part number one.
Well, it depends a little bit on, do we have a bunch of housing sitting empty because people from out in the area buy their second homes?
Yeah.
Like, that's a huge piece of it. There's lots of huge houses that have nobody in them.
And are now Airbnbs.
Or not even that.
Not even that, okay? Anyone else? Is Jonathan here? There you go. I had asked for you earlier, and I'm gonna walk around, and you were actually having lunch. So I wanted Jonathan he had some ideas about collaboration.
Okay. I think that's my prompt. I was asked to talk about a partnership we've had at the Toll House, Bell Valley, over off of Soda Creek, where we've been working with the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance out of Lake County, actually, who is a completely, the crew, we've partnered with their crews. Their organization was started by a partnership with Scotts Valley Tribe and Robinson Rancheria, and they have trained crews that are all from the local tribes, and they've been doing fir thinning for oak woodlands restoration at our place. We've done about 15 to 20 acres since 2021 in partnership with them. And so we heard about earlier the importance of fir encroachment, and our oaks are now breeding in our forest after literally being choked, and us not really being geared up to do that. Brock was the first person that taught me why that was important, and it only took 10 years for us to get going on it, but we finally did, and it's been an amazing partnership. We're not only thinning the firs, but we're caging baby oak trees, which I don't know if many of you have this experience, but our oak seedlings get either they get hammered by deer or pigs, or they die because the firs shake them out. So we're now caging them to protect them and removing the firs. So that's just one strategy we're doing. Yeah. And we're also doing rotational contract grazing with Ruthie King from over in Willits. So.
It can be done. It can be done. Working my way back to the front.
And so my definition of a resiliency is to be able to live and work in the place where you live, right? So I'm trying to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I work for Rodeo Estate, so we're a major winery, but also a major landowner in the valley. And what we've done from day one, so starting in 1982, we actually build housing on the property in order to provide housing for our workers, because either They are locals and they can't find a house to live in, or you're trying to attract talents from outside, and then they try to look for something to buy or rent, and there's nothing to rent or to buy at that price. So over the last 6 years, we spent $2.5 million of building housing. It's basically subsidized, housing, so they pay a rent, which is so small that basically it makes a lot of sense for them to live in a brand new place and be local. So as a business, not only do you have people, so you're resilient in your business, doing business, because you have people to do what you need to do, and also you're part of the community because as keeping family local, that's also kids that go to school. It's also basically the spouse that can be working for somebody else. So basically, it keeps a community alive by having new blood, or at least family staying inside. So I think that part of us landowners, there's a lot of the not in my backyard feeling. But if you have a piece of land and then you can add a unit on it, you should really think about doing it, because this is also part of the resiliency. And after there's all the issues of, is it zoned properly for the housing? Would that be, not in a fire zone? That's a different story, which tends to bring the cost of housing up, which is the challenge also of the valley, because of some of the access to water or access to sewer, which there is not, because you have to have your own system. It brings the cost up. But I think, this is the key word also, would be part of the solution, not of the problem.
Do you have any idea how many vineyard owners also provide housing? Or are you a one of a kind? Okay.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Three.
My name is Jenny Bernstead, and I'm part of the Forest Reciprocity Group. And so we all love our forests, and we all see that we need to take care of them so that they will not become outliers. And we're saying that this burden of too many Douglas fir is actually our solution, and that we can retrofit mills that are defunct right now and start processing, creating jobs to keeping first and foremost the health of the forest in mind as we extract them to make them fire safe, and then use this material, which is really superior building material, to build homes, because we need the homes and we need our forests to be fire safe. So it's almost like right before our very eyes, the solution. And there's a timber frame construction. You can take some pictures of Yellowstone Park Lodge. It's a very aesthetically, classically North American kind of architecture, and I can really see branding it as build a timber frame home and help keep our forests fire safe. So that's where this is the burden.
We need Steve Wood to design a quintessential Anderson Valley architecture affordable house. How's that sound?
House, multiple family house.
Okay. I'd like to put a plug into the anecdote that Brock was talking about, and how important in terms of resilience, it's what can we do with what we let go of, and how can housing be affordable if we didn't have to have such expensive septic systems and we actually worked with composting our own shit, and how that is even a cultural shift in our minds if we could understand how much we're consuming and how we have direct relationship to how we, in particular, our individual bodies, and how can we do legislation. I know that Brock is doing work on composting toilets, and I'm curious what the work is, and I feel like that would help with the cost of living.
This is a quick point. I know that
We want everybody to hear you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bob from Milan. I know that Anna Burke is from, I think it's Village Ecosystems. Am I saying that correctly? She has a pilot program for composting toilets in the county of Mendocino and would likely love support and people that are willing to, to participate, which is similar to what Brock did in Sonoma, where they're doing the testing so that you can show that the microbial levels stay within range of normal septic systems. And that's important work because once you start to demonstrate it at the governmental level, then it'll open doors for other people to do it. So I just wanted to make a quick plug for Anna's work.
Okay. I think our supervisor, Ted Williams, is not here now. He was here this morning, but I called him early on and asked what the county was doing for resilience, what kind of leadership there was. And he kind of hesitated and he said, and really couldn't come up with anything that the county was doing. And I know that Patrick and I worked on a sustainable agricultural grant where part of it was to talk about the carbon cycles in agriculture. And I think it was mostly done in the Ukiah Valley, and to make suggestions for how that could be improved. But I wish Ted was still here because I think that the county needs to be encouraged to incorporate these ideas and to help us. So I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, but I think the challenge is that we don't have a good definition of what resilience is, right? We have all kinds of different ideas about, fuel reduction, pasture practices, and I mean, I think if I were a public official like Ted Williams and you posed that question, I would have an awe too. So maybe an outgrowth of this process today is to sort of define more what we mean by resilience. That's the real challenge, I think.
You got quiet.
Oh, thank you. I can talk all day, incidentally. I mean, I can fill in the time. That's no problem.
So I actually have two different questions, and just as a quick introduction, my name is Camille, and my family, particularly my stepdad's family, has some property down the road here in Colorado. It's been in there for many, many generations, and I'm very attached to it and looking to see if there's a way that I can keep it. But one of the things that I'm running into, which is, I think, has very relevant to this conversation, is the cost of the land, right? So if or at least I want to be able to safeguard it in some way. But it's a big plot of land, and so at this point, like, who's going to be able to afford it, right? There's no funding for if you do want to put in like affordable housing, if you do want to do something that's more progressive and sustainable with that land, or at least, take measures, take steps to protect it in some way, you're less likely to be able to do that because of the cost of the land, and could there be some sort of funding for those kind of projects in the first place that make it so that you don't wind up having to sell it to somebody who has just, a lot of money, because in our case, for example, there are a whole bunch of different family members involved, right? Some people just want to cash out. I'm sure this is not a new story. So what do you do, to encourage being able to maintain that in a way that is going to be sustainable, into the future? And then the other question or comment that I have is another thing that I've seen over the decades as well is, we have a lot of immigrants here, and we're talking a lot about labor, and we're talking about the need for housing for labor. But my experience, as I'm sure it is for many people here, is that when you're talking about solutions, the best solutions that you can get to have to involve the voice of the people who need those solutions. and I'm not seeing them here, you know? I'm wondering how we can integrate more of the immigrant community and the second generations, now that we know first and second generations that have come after them now, into this conversation and into these kind of events. And if there's an interest, I can really help with the language access aspect to that if we want to try doing something along those lines going into the future. Thank you.
Let me say that one of the constraints of the Anderson Valley Land Trust is we don't buy land. We have never bought land. All of the 29 easements we have been donated by the property owners on their own. And they actually contribute money to a stewardship fund that we have, which is basically our, if we need to get legal, that's our defense fund, if you will. But there are places where I know, we did a lot of research with one property owner who really wanted to assure that his property would be, agricultural property would be economically viable in the future. And we can't guarantee that because we don't own the land. And many of the samples, I looked throughout the United States for lots of different land trusts. And the ones that are successful are ones that have the capital to buy the property and then lease it back to the farmer. So the farmer can spend his or her money doing the farm, not paying the taxes and certain capital upkeep things. I mean, there's a partnership that goes on, but that is with a conservation easement. So that there are ways, but just we're not there yet. But we're growing.
I mean, I wasn't just putting it on the lens,
No.
you know, but just in general, you know, government support.
And back to another question. We closed an easement last year where the owner took 4 parcels that could have been sold separately, and and combined them in our easement and said, no, it's one parcel. They cannot be sold separately. So there's a viable scale for that property. It's like 78 acres. And they gave up all development rights, except for farm labor housing. And the current house that's on the site is used for farm employee housing. So even though there's a conservation easement, it works pretty well. Someone had their hands raised. There you go.
I love hearing all these community-based solutions, and I just actually want to say that I think there is a role for government, and I don't think I'm going to let them off the hook, or us and our government off the hook. We can't perfectly define resilience. I think, you know, when we think about government's role, Sonoma County has an open space district, right? This is a tax and supports the kinds of easements that Patrick is asking for, right? And the grading ordinance, the kinds of protection that we need from more silt going into our rivers. I want to commend the Mendocino Climate Action Group for pushing on government a bit on these climate actions. Green buses, bike lanes. I'm sure all of us have traveled to places where we just think, oh my goodness, look at all this green infrastructure. Where does it come from? So I love community action, but part of the action is to push on our government and hold them accountable for that scale of transformation, which is what we really need.
Put that on a yellow sticky and put it under deeper dive.
Okay, well, I'm surprised that nobody has mentioned the 30 by 30 program, and how many people have heard of it, 30 by 30? It's, and it is a potential source of funding for purchase of conservation easements or other kinds of land purchase, and there's both a state goal that has funding in the state, and also a national goal to have 30% of all land in some kind of conservation holding by 2030. So whether that's a addition to a state park or it's a conservation easement that protects the land and prevents it from losing its conservation value. There is something, it is getting going, and we have been paying attention to it, but I think we need to pay a lot more attention and see how that can help bring more resources to pick up the pace. So before, I wanted to get a few comments in just before I think we're going to transition fairly soon, but a couple of things that go together that I've heard is so great to hear from everybody. I really love this.
really looking forward to this whole part of the day, actually. One is the fur thinning, and that the contrast to that is also stuffing gullies, and that's the slow it, spread it, sink it. So we're addressing the fire preparedness in the forest, at the same time creating infiltration. And so the solution, they go together. And many of our, the processes that we're talking about, even in soil health, often both address flood at the same time as drought. So they mirror one another. So the problem becomes the solution, and then but by change of perspective and our actions actually help support both our resiliency for both floods and droughts. The other thing is that there's just a lot of funding out there right now. So 2030, California is on a fast track for drawdown for carbon sequestration goals, and so it's raining money. I mean, I'm not being too dramatic here, but it is raining money at the state level. The RCD is was partly what we're hoping to be able to garner some of those funds. We have a little bit limited capacity right now because we didn't get money from our county. We're very project-based. But I did want to let in the Navarro, what we have going right now for projects are mostly focused in Mill Creek and in the North Fork Basin, which includes Rancho Navarro. And we'll be working with the conservation works as well on some rain catchers, and we'll be doing some workshops on rainwater catchment in the valley. So that's one thing. That's the other thing of just resiliency is catching rain. And a 5,000 gallon tank, you don't need a building permit for, and it's manna from heaven. Really, really simple. We're going to be doing workshops on rainwater catchment. We'll also be doing workshops on this infiltration and stuffing gullies throughout, particularly in Rancho Navarro in that area. So keep an eye out for some of those announcements on workshops. And there's a lot of funding in CDFA for soils and agriculture.
And remember the movie we saw at the beginning with Representatives Huffman? There's a lot of money coming out of Washington too. You maybe play money, but who knows?
So Linda, you just talked about some projects to doing with water. What about ponds and pond management? Do you think it's an important issue to address? I've heard during this conference a number of people talking about the need for more catchment. So maybe we could get that on the agenda too.
Absolutely, ponds are part of it. So part of it is it's all connected to the codes, part of the watershed right now. But I do want to call out Ron and Gail for their pond management that you guys have done, where they had an influx that basically got invaded by bullfrogs and managed their bullfrogs, and now have a whole return of the chorus frogs. So we'd like to do a workshop with Ron and Gail sometime about just pond management. But more storage is essential, and it's not getting people off stream at the right time of year to get water. Do we have enough water? That was Monty's presentation. There's more than enough water. We just need more storage.
How about bullfrogs as a food source? Just kidding.
Yes, thanks for talking about the funding, Linda. My name's Tom. I live up at Emerald up on the hill. We've gotten funding from the NRCS and the North Bay Forest Improvement Project. I really appreciate that to do fuel break work and other things. But it's a pain in the butt to do as a landowner to be going through that all the paperwork. And I know a lot of other landowners are daunted by just the process. And so I'm wondering how things are going in terms of being able to work as a neighborhood or groups of landowners to be able to apply for these grants as a group. And so it's not just property owner by property owner, and then we could have, larger scale planning and then be able to come together and pool our resources to get these projects.
Under one application.
Yeah, exactly.
We do know we have a couple easements up off of Elkhorn. I know it's not the Navarro watershed, but it's psychologically Anderson Valley, where they and 3 other neighbors, so 5 neighbors got together for EQIP grant, which is the vegetation management for fire. And needless to say, It worked, they all got their properties worked on, but they worked as a group.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Tom just said. We were talking at the break, and I'm kind of inspired after today to get my Soda Creek neighbors together and create like a Soda Creek chapter where we look at the whole ecosystem, we see what we can do. And if Tom could get a Peachland Road chapter and a Mill Creek chapter, and every tributary had a little chapter of neighbors, you know, even if you only get 3 neighbors to start with, and then like twice a year, we could have a valley-wide meeting of the chapters where we could inspire each other, report in on what's working, what's not, learn from each other. And, you know, that feels like a more viable way to get things organized, because I have resources, but even as one landowner, it is a tremendous amount of work to get this done. I don't know how other people do it in dealing with the county and agencies. So I think banding together is a great idea.
Last comment, and we're going to take a break and start. Oh, we're almost on schedule, really.
I'm with this team over here at Bell Valley, and I just want to say I watched this from the morning streamed, and it didn't look like there were that many people here. And then when I arrived here, I just gasped. It's so exciting to see the turnout, and I really hope this becomes a regular thing. And next, at another time, I think there would be just the various topics that have been raised. There are a lot of them. There's opportunities and ways to facilitate this where, you know, one option is what John just said, forming groups related to particular areas in the valley, but then there's also around the topics that have come up. And if we have breakouts and actually work as teams in smaller groups in the afternoon, we can actually manifest solutions and action items. So I really hope this meeting gets momentum, because there's an enormous amount of potential with this community. We need each other. That's my definition of resilience, which is reconnecting, getting off that individualism addiction that Brock pointed to, and forming the kind of mycelium network that we really are together. So I love the momentum, and so excited to see everyone here.
That's the second annual Resilience Conference. And I can tell you, the organizers are going, don't say that, Patrick, don't say that. Like the Macy's parade, you start a year and a half in advance. Okay, we're going to take a 2 or 3 minute break and get panel session number 2 up, okay? Number 3, excuse me. So panel session 3, please come this way. Everybody have some fun.
I think it's great. I guess what I like the most is that there's these people are coming together. They came here because they want to change and are interested in figuring out how to do that. So yeah, it's a movement, an energy. Yeah. I'm forgetting, what's our role? Are we going to be, who are we? Well, this could be with environmental defense project. I mean, I think that this is beneficial regardless of whether that goes forward or not. Right. But if it does go forward, we'd be working with environmental defense project. And then we'd be working to come up with a proposal to follow the same view. I've been kind of identifying some people that key stakeholders that I think could help to get the idea flowing, and then to figure out how you would present it to a group. So we try to just create like a trust and reach out to individual landowners.
Well, we probably wouldn't do that. We would create the framework for the analysis, and we'd have involved stakeholder group, those people that do that kind of analysis, which would include the RCB, yes, and these other groups that coordinate more at the landowner stage.
Right.
So we want to build the architecture for one of the things that I think is a key component of resilience. Actually, I think everything they talk about was an element of resilience.
Yeah.
And so if you want to really come up with a one-liner on what resilience is, it kind of dumbs it down so much that it's hard to make any sense of it. You kind of have to get into the details and talk about, well, all of these components that make up resilience. Yeah. Because otherwise you could just say, well,
healthy communities, happy, healthy communities. Okay, that's resilient.
Yeah.
Protected, secure communities. But then you have to say, well, what does that mean? And get into all of these details. The one thing that I don't think was I heard enough about, some people started to talk about it, was resilient economies and education to support those economies. So that there's funding streams to go forward, sustainable funding streams to ensure that you can continue doing what you're talking about doing in the forest.
Yeah.
Some of that may mean infrastructure where that helps to pay for itself, but not all of it's going to do it.
Does Anderson Valley have a
There's a small mill just down the road here, and then the other mill is Cloverdale. You pass by, and then you buy it. They're not far.
Yeah.
But there's other, like infrastructure, I think, for like buying, a lot of the material isn't going to make it to those mills. It's not commercially viable material. So we could build some of the other infrastructure locally. That might be like energy for the wineries and local energy production.
Yeah.
And then also one too that the people have talked about was the mass timber.
I was talking to Steve. Yeah, I was talking to Steve about mass timber, and he doesn't really know what it is. He's like an architect.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think like I kind of brought up this point with him that you could take mass timber and create it locally, and then that keeps the carbon that gets sequestered through the tree growth, and then locks it into place as a building material, and that can really help them out with resilience.
Yeah.
Do what they can here and there.
Mass timber has got, it's very durable. It doesn't burn very, not like the wood shingles that he was talking about.
Yeah, as soon as you mentioned like wood shingles, I was like, dang, that's like the number one fire smarting your house. Is like, get rid of the wood shingles. I think the main problem though with mass timber is it's just so expensive to make, and you need very specialized machinery to do it. The more specialized you get, obviously, the more expensive it is. That's why you can really only do it at a large scale.
Well, we're working on that up with the CR Institute. We bought an old mill facility that used to mill Forest Service timber. We bought their site. And Jonathan, the executive director, has been very focused on trying to bring in mass timber. And yesterday we had a call, a committee call. The site committee for the mill, and he still believes that he can bring in a small community scale mass timber facility. It probably isn't going to do everything, but it'll create panels of some sort. He's looking at dowel, material that would be comfortable dowel.
Kind of on that same topic, I think like Japanese architecture, where this is just all joined. I think that's really cool as a building standard. I don't know how viable it is for huge apartment complexes, but it seems like they have a housing problem here. So.
Mass timber is you can come up with building plans that go up very efficiently.
Yeah, you can like order bricks and ship to. I know they have that in Canada. Basically, just order your house and they mill it, and they assemble everything in their factory, and then they ship all the parts, and then it takes like 2 days to put up a house. So they're just writing on the walls and nailing.
I'm so sorry I abandoned you at lunch.
Oh, no worries.
I ran into Adina. She's a friend of mine. She was one of the speakers who sat down. I'm hoping you were going to poke me.
I did go outside, but were you around?
We were on.
That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't go that way. I ended up taking a walk down the road just to see where we're at.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to see.
Your fortunate property is this watershed.
No, we're up in Lake Texas.
Right.
Right, welcome back, everybody.
Actually, the headwaters of Pula Creek, and then Pula Creek flows down into the Sacramento River.
That's your place!
You want anything? No, thank you.
Boy, I don't got them.
Hey, welcome to.
Introducing Nancy.
Hi, I'm Nancy Warner. I'm a board member on the Anderson Valley Land Trust, and we have a part-time place since 1989 on Monty Boy Road, just upstream of Hush. And anyway, I'm moderating this panel, and this afternoon panel is one of, we're a very diverse group, and we'll be telling a diversity of stories about the valley. And well, first of all, thank you to the panelists and thank you to the participants today for being here with us. It's really great to see the commitment and the turnout, as so many people have noticed. Very inspiring. So our panel, we're going to share some stories of resilience and adaptation to changing climate and a lot of the other changes that we've seen here in Anderson Valley that are bringing a lot of challenge to us. And our range of perspectives goes from a very personal and smaller scale to really the broadest thinking about our watershed as it relates to wildfire. And our panelists are Norman Kobler, a vineyard manager, of many vineyards in Anderson Valley, including his own, Tim Bates, of Apple Farm, here in Philo, ongoing family enterprise of an organic farm. Kareem Pierce, a Native American basket weaver, teacher, and attender of Native cultural landscapes that support her basketry. And Andres Avila, the Anderson Valley Fire Chief and a rancher in York. So we're going to start with Norm Kobler, and I'll say a few words about Norm. He grew up here in Anderson Valley in his parents' vineyards. He is a well-known and respected vineyard manager with a lifetime of vineyard experience almost entirely in Anderson Valley, and his business is Philo Vineyard Solutions, which he started in 2019. So thank you, Norm.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Yeah, I came here in the valley. I mean, I always like to think it's the old timers, all the changes they've made. I've been here for a while. I moved to the valley here in '72. And talking about resilience, the Navarro River is definitely one of them. Where I've seen when I first came here, there used to be bulldozers like in Mill Creek, just by 128 there, used to put in a dam, a gravel dam, and our crew used to suck the water out of there for the orchards. Chenal and Boonville, just above 128 bridge there in Madison Creek, used to be dammed up every summer, and irrigate all these orchards with it. Diesel pumps basically up and down the river. Nowadays, I don't know of any diesel pump that is pumping directly out of our river. So definitely changes that have gone around here in the valleys. A lot more ponds here in the valley, which is great to see. For fire protection, and also the ponds are, like was mentioned earlier, they're helping the resources, helping a lot of that water go back down into the ground. I don't know of any ponds that are not lined that are perfectly sealed. They all leak a little bit. They're all able to put water back into the ground. The more ponds, small scale off-stream ponds, I think the better. I think it's going to help for us farming and for the ground and the rivers. The changes that have happened in the vineyards, also there again, there's some vineyards that used to pump directly out of rivers, and that's very few and far between now, or actually none that I know of. We're all doing out of ponds, and our use of water has changed a lot over the years too, where we used to use a lot of water overhead sprinklers, either by irrigating. Used to have to run the sprinklers sometimes 1 to 2 days straight 2 or 3 times a year. And now we're switching over to drip irrigation, where you use less than a third of the water. The water goes directly to the vines, and you're not wasting any water. So your water usage has gone way down. We're also for frost protection going to more and more fans. I know a lot of you don't like the noise, but there is a good side to it where we're not using the water, which we would use ordinarily. There's also a frost shield product that you can spray on that does not allow the crystals to form. It only gives you a couple degrees of protection, but also there again, we don't have to use water in some vineyards because we can use other products that help for us during frost times. Also, for using water in the vineyard, there's different methods that we can do now where that will help the vineyard. We don't need to irrigate as much. We used to use rootstocks that were sort of suppress the vines or give you more quality, less yield. And with those, you have to water quite often. And now we're starting to switch a little more to more vigorous rootstocks and just watering less and trying to get to the same quality process or quantity that we like. Another way to help that we're getting a lot of grants now to get compost in our soils so that the soils can hold more moisture. We were able to get a great grant at Farrington Vineyards for putting compost on. We'll be able to do that for 3 years in a row. Patrick, I think you were mentioning about the cover crops and stuff like that. There's different ways and different thought methods to it. There's one way to save water. You can disc everything down, kill all the grass on top, and that sort of creates like a barrier and does not, those grasses don't use any more of that soil, that water from down below. You use it for the grapevine. Or there's other thoughts that you don't disturb the soil at all. You leave that native grass there. You get a better filtration if you do irrigate or if the rain comes. All that organic material helps the water go back into the soil. And tilling the same way. Usually there's almost no vineyards I know of that just till and leave the soil over the winter bare. Most of the time you till and then you put a cover crop on it to allow the plants to grow and create more green manure or biomaterial to go back into the soil. I guess that's most of my things.
Okay, I wanted to ask you a couple other questions. Are you using or considering other types of systems that would help with resilience on any of the vineyards, like power systems or, where the water's coming from and how it's stored?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say at Farrington Vineyards where I stay and live there. We have now put in solar panels, so basically all our energy through our pumps and all that is being put back into the system. So we are almost on that site. And as of putting water back in the soil, we have off-stream ponds, and also we do a deficit irrigation, and that is basically reading the plants how much water they really need, and not just irrigating on, say, a weekly schedule or whatever. We actually look at the vines and see how much moisture is in the vines, and then apply as much water as we need to, not that we waste water.
Another question, during the off-season, I know you are a Dungeness crab fisherman. I don't know if everybody in the valley knows that about you, but is that just something completely different that you're doing during that season, or do you see a connection between the two, your vineyard work and your work in the ocean?
Yeah, I mean, both of them are really Mother Nature related. Really depends on what's out there in the ocean, how the ocean is, the weather. The last few years have definitely been a downturn for crabbing. Usually it's a 7-year cycle, and I think we're hopefully down in the 7-year cycle at the bottom, because there are a lot of small crab. It looks like they're going to be coming in hopefully these next few years. But yeah, I'd say they're both connected. not as much river connected, but definitely through Mother Nature.
One more back to the vineyards. And you and I talked a little bit early on about introducing, what you knew about introducing sheep into vineyards and the grazing, and how that was helpful to some vineyards. It has some challenges. Can you talk a little bit about that and what you've seen, and is that a promising addition to vineyard management?
Yeah, I've done that for quite a few years, not on a large scale, but I have around 25 to 30 sheep that I put into the vineyard every winter. I don't have the baby dolls, which our vineyard has, which as far as I know work very well, as long as you have a high enough trellis so they can't reach them. But with the normal size sheep that I have, I let them during the winter and eat the grass down, and I save at least one mowing or two to have the grass down low. First of all, I fertilize, and then to keep the grass down, I don't have to mow or do sprays underneath the vines to keep the grass down. It is a big benefit coupled with that.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to say anything more about your own vineyard before you wrap?
Is there anybody's questions?
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks, Norm. Our next panelist is Tim Bates from the Apple Farm. And Tim and his family created a 35-acre organic apple farm in about 1984. So it's getting pretty close to 40 years of evolving practices and diversifying the operations there on the farm. It's still a family enterprise and a home for 3 generations, and with a lot of community connections. So, thank you, Tim.
Thank you for having me, and I'm happy to see how much progress people are making that I don't hear about unless we get together like this. So I'm inspired again, and I need to be. Terrible years. I start with the bad. Yes, okay. Well, flooding, we lost 3.5 acres of riparian, and I'm now proud owner of a huge gravel bank. And hardly anything growing on it. It's not going to be good for the fish getting up that far. It's going to be a hot spot. This is the 2017, and all together it's about 3.5 acres, and I lost 50, 70, at least a half an acre of apple trees and pear trees, and our well. So the good news on the well, we had to move it and up this hill a little bit, keep it out of that usual flood zone, and we got better water. I mean, we're still treating it, but we don't need to, I don't think, but we don't want to stop. And this flood, I sort of mentioned something earlier, that it was called the 10-year flood zone, and I think that ever since we've been here in '84, it's at least twice every 10 years, at least. And that 2017, and then the 2019 came into a little more land, not too bad, but more. And now we got a good healthy stand of willows coming up the cliff, and a good healthy stand of cliff swallows, more than swallows I've ever seen. And now labor shortage. I don't know what to say. I'm working harder in my 70s than I have been for quite a while. The bodies aren't there looking for work like they used to. You could always count on some Latinos coming by looking for work, and can get some stuff done. So but I'm thinking of some of the stuff they were talking about. Patrick mentioned the resiliency workforce. Something that's been happening for years. I mean, at first, with Linda on board and stuff, they're writing these proposals and these plans for you, thank goodness, because I never could get around to a proposal to get money back when they were giving money to organic farmers, and they still are. And now they've gotten over that. I mean, they're coming up with plans. Something that's still missing. The money's there, plans are there, and Linda keeps promising lots of money. There's bodies. I think this idea, there could be maybe county couples, but some full-time jobs for some people who like to get outdoors and dig and plant and stuff. And I'd be glad to take the money and throw it there, because I'm not going to find time to implement most of these plans, and they're wonderful plans, and I have 2 I think I have a carbon plan and, what's the other plan I have, Linda? I forgot.
We got equip plans and irrigation plans.
Yeah, well, we got the irrigation one done because there was enough money to hire the people to lay the pipe to improve the watering system. So, and then this year, particularly trying with the labor shortage, people keep coming and then people keep leaving. So we do have people, but just not getting the work done. I need more bodies at better times of the year than walking in the middle of harvest when I'm going absolutely cuckoo. So that being said, here is what we have been doing, and I'm going to talk about a little different kind of resiliencies than has come up so far, and economic resiliency at the apple farm and how we keep getting by. You know, first of all, I just said yes when my mother-in-law said, what do you think about farming apples instead? They were making pretty good money and they needed to spend it or give it to Ronald Reagan at the time. So they found this farm on the river, and that's the only reason they really wanted to buy it, because it was such a beautiful piece of property. We thought maybe somehow return on investment in apples might happen in 5 years, maybe 15, maybe 20. So we had to go to work. And the first one of the things they did was, it was like a black hole once we bought the farm. They raised the price of dinner by $2 at their restaurant. And they opened one more day when the worst of times. But here at the farm part, we started, well, I really wanted to make hard cider. And an alcoholic beverage. I still drink a lot of beer, way too much, and I drink a lot of cider. So we started making hard cider, and it was awful. And it turned to vinegar. And my wife said, well, vinegar. So we started selling vinegar. And that led to a Mother News article about syrup. Cider syrup. So we have lots of apples. In those days, they weren't paying you enough a ton to bother to do it, but you did it anyway and sent it off to the canneries for like 4 cents a pound. And that definitely wasn't working. So we got vertically integrated, and we got way vertically integrated, and we're still there, but that's how we're getting by. So we did making the hard cider now. We got legal making hard cider in the early 90s. The vinegar and the syrup just to have stuff to sell all year round. And then we started getting pasteurized apple juice because I still had tons of apples left over from the marketing, and about 50-50. I'd have 125 tons to deal with, and sometimes 180 tons to deal with. And we still had to sell some of it off to the canneries for next to nothing, for definitely a loss. But then my in-laws sold the restaurant, moved to the farm, and what they wanted to semi-retire or retire, but retirement wasn't in their blood. And my father-in-law thought, well, what we do is best is cook for people and nourish them. So started cooking classes and not opening a restaurant. Swore off opening a restaurant when me and Karen got married. Don't do it. So cooking classes was a nice semi every other week, 2.5-day cooking classes. And eventually led to somebody, and he's here in the audience, Steve Wood. 5 minutes. Steve Wood was the first person to get married at the apple farm, of all things. Thank you, Steve. So we've done dozens and dozens of weddings, many of them out in the orchard. And the trees there are big and old. I saw some trees that are 112 years old that were the original plantings. And now we've evolved into mostly specialized dinners. My mother-in-law passed away in February, but she got her cookbook out. And now another source of income for us. We thought we'd be lucky to get our money back. We all threw in $2,500 for some advertising on it. And it sold. Chronicle Books did not have a clue how well it was going to sell. It's actually becoming another small income source. All these things, the syrup, the vinegar, and all, is just some money coming in during the year. So this is how we got by. And we always have, for the locals, a free box of apples of kind of cosmetic, very cosmetically challenged. And one other thing, thank you, Brock, for reminding me about poop and composting and stuff. I've been composting, I can't stop. And composting since we moved there. And when we get ahead enough, I have to buy manure. I'm afraid local sources there aren't really any for the amount of manure I need to make enough compost to do 1/3 of the apple orchard every year. But some years I do, and then we started expanded the vegetable gardens, and we have a raspberry patch, and all that stuff takes a lot of the compost because it eats more per acre than the orchard requires. But some years I make it, and then we do get to do about 1/3 of the orchard. And I got wood chips. Somehow one of those companies latched onto us, and my wife just said, keep bringing them. And we got a pile, and there's another labor problem. If I had a crew during the slower part of the year, in April and May, which would be ideal, a couple of people anyway, then we could spread them. They're still piled up. I've got 2.5 years worth with some spots, and the newer stuff keeps coming and keeps coming. You can't say no. Great for the microbiology. Great for when you're planting your young trees. That's some of the things that we are doing in the positive end, and I'm just, having a hard time with the labor things I mentioned. We put in a new irrigation system using better sprinklers. They're putting on less or more, and we decided the trees, and we're not responding too well to cutting down as much as we cut down on the hours. So we're moving slower through the orchard, letting go for 2 days, but a lot less hours, and working with our neighbors on not overwatering at the same time. That's working out pretty well. There's a couple hours a week, generally speaking, where we kind of are. Well, that's it, and I had water, these Scooby trout. 1 minute? Okay.
Perfect.
We had, they talked about springs, and we had some springs. And so we've been really lucky. The water's been available on the same amount. We're watering less, but we have not seen the river go down due to our efforts. So we're doing better on the water. One last thing I wanted to say, what was it? Oh, it was organic the day after we contracted somebody to spray the orchard to help clean it up. And got a little splatter on our window at our house because we're right in the orchard, next to the orchard. I went organic within months. I've been certified organic since 1985. So, yeah, there you go, transition. When they ask you, why are you doing this, I just answer is, it's the right thing to do. So, how it is. Good, bad questions about the federal laws and the organic standards. It's kind of gotten to be a nightmare. Sometimes I definitely just want to get out of that whole thing and live on my reputation, such as it is. But my main buyer does not want me to drop that. They need that. They just do an organic. They need that. So we're maintaining that paperwork and growling about it every year. That is.
Thank you, Tim. And my recollection was you're transitioning now from organic to biodynamic, is that true?
No, let's not talk about that.
Okay, we won't talk about that.
Yeah, doing biodynamics. Green Farms is now doing less. I'm the LBEG guy, lazy biodynamic guy. So use those initials however you want.
sort of biodynamic. Corinne Pierce is our next panelist who will talk about her work. Corinne is a native California basket weaver, a teacher, a tender of her native cultural plant, these are her basketry. Her home is outside of Anderson Valley, but she is known here. She's taught here. She's been at the Not So Simple Living Fair, and she hosts a monthly radio program on KZYX called Good Ancestors and Local Treasures. She teaches basketry, medicinal plants, and post-fire restoration horticulture. And her work has been recognized by several awards. And Corinne is not using slides today, but she has a beautiful website. Please check it out. It's just hername.com, right? Thank you, Corinne.
Hello, everybody. I'm actually gonna sing a song before I start my talk. I know it takes up a little bit of my time, but I want to sing an honoring song, a blessing song before we start. So I'm gonna ask everybody to stand up. We all need a little wiggle. So a lot of times, Pomo songs aren't supposed to be recorded. This is not one of those ones. And it's a chant song. I've sung this many places. If you've been where I've been, you probably heard it. So if you know it, or if you catch on real quick, just go ahead and join in with me. Okay, so I always do a little bit of cultural education wherever I am. It's my job in life. So we don't clap. And this is something I like to share because you are all where my ancestors are from, where my people are from. So, Keshi Corinne Pierce, Ana de Cabitonde, Kekasil Ana. I'm from Red Valley, and that's where I'm registered as a tribal member, but I have ancestry from Lake County and Mendocino County, and I also have family that was marched up to Round Valley, so a lot of ancestry here. When we sing, and I always share this with second graders. I teach in elementary a lot. I taught at Stanford, I teach in elementary class, I teach the high school. In California, if you interact with indigenous people and you hear them speaking, you hear them praying or singing, we don't clap, we say, oh, at the end of that. And what's really cool about oh, I see a lot of you guys snap when you agree with something that someone says. We say oh. So when someone's talking and you say oh, they know you agree. They know that you're in agreement, and I like that a lot. So the name of the panel is Stories from Anderson Valley and Nearby. So I'm not from Anderson Valley. I do spend time here. I've harvested here a lot. I harvest willow here. I've harvested sedgeroot here, but I don't tell anybody where. It's very secretive and it's probably on private property, if I'm being honest. I taught, how many of you guys are farmers and ranchers? So a few of you. I get asked to talk at places. I talked to pull up a picture so I can remember the name. I talked at the 40th Annual Ecological Farming Association. And when I was asked to speak there, I was like, okay, why? That seems really weird to have me be there. But then I realized that farmers and ranchers have a very specific way of interacting with the land, with the property that they own or that they take care of. We're different than everybody else. And I realized that because we are the people that are asking the land to provide. We're giving to the land and we're asking it to provide. And when you're just a normal person at home going to the grocery store and going home and cooking your snacks, you don't actually think about that. So I found it very funny that I was asked to speak there. But I have a lot of stuff that I talk about. I talk a lot about honoring the land that we're on. I love to hear people talk about composting. And I tell a lot of stories. That's how I communicate usually. But there is a fancy word called midden. So does anybody know what midden is? Lots of people might. Okay, so midden is like an archaeological word for garbage, for your leftover stuff. And they were doing some research with oak trees, with the sudden oak death. And they were finding that the healthiest trees had ancient piles of midden at the bottom of them. And they're like, oh, I wonder why. But the reality is that we've been giving to the land. And what was that word you said? What's that farming that you're going to do that you didn't want to talk about? Biodynamic, yes. So I learned recently that that's a lot. The biodynamic farming is a lot about when and what you give to the soil and when you're asking. And we've been doing that for a long time. My people from Lake County, they've done archaeological digs that put us there at least 16,000 years. If for those of you that didn't know, Clear Lake is the oldest freshwater lake in North America. Not the biggest, but the oldest. So if people were going to live somewhere, it would be there for thousands of years. So I always am very impressed when people have been in California 4 or 5 generations, because that's as long as you could be. My people have been here 10,000 generations that we know of. And there's only 5 minutes left, so I want to tell you guys a story. So the instrument that I played, this instrument is called Haibata, which also translates to a clapper, and it's made out of elder wood. And I tell this story because I love this story, and it connects all of us because elder grows all over the world, except in a few places like Siberia. The North Pole and South Pole doesn't grow there, but it grows almost everywhere else. And there are lots of myths associated with where you live, where we all live now, and they're very old. And Pomo myths are a lot like Greek myths. If any of you guys know about Greek myths, that in Greek mythologies, they're the time of the Titans. We had a time of giants. And then there's also anamorphic times when animals and plants were more like humans. And then there's the times when the council of animals and Marunta, the creator, are making humans. And then there's times in between. So there's this story of a time in between. And my people don't have a story of migration. There actually aren't a lot of Native American people on this continent who don't have a migration story. So we're pretty fancy in that. We were made from the earth of Mount Canocti, and this is where that story comes from. So Coyote was on the banks of Clear Lake. And Coyote for Pomo people is not creator. For a lot of California tribes he is, but for us he is the brother of creator, whose name is Marunta. And Coyote was sitting on the shores and his tail caught on fire. And this story makes me cry because we've all lived through some fires, so I'm used to crying, it's okay. His tail caught on fire, and instead of running into the lake, like someone with sense would do, he ran in the opposite direction of the lake and he caught the whole world on fire. And this part makes me cry because we all lived through the 17 fires and then got every fire since then. So he got the whole world on fire, and the fire was so hot that it burnt everything. There was nothing left, and the fire burnt so hot that it made the earth of Mount Canocti red. And you can see that when you drive by the quarries, that the earth is red there. So Marumda, who lives up north and is pretty, not paying that much attention to us, kind of like most gods in most religions. He's doing his own thing, and he sees all the smoke from down south, so he comes down. And I say he because I was forced into Catholicism when I was young. I don't subscribe to that now, but it's hard to get that out of here. He comes down and he's like, wow, look at this. There's nothing but smoke and ashes and soot. Even the fish had burnt up, had boiled in the lake. And so he pulls out a magic flute. And I have one in my bag, but I couldn't find it a minute ago. Here it is. So he pulls out a magic flute and he plays a song. And the name of this myth is called the Dawn of Song, or First Song. And the sound is so magical and beautiful that the magic of the flute calls everything back into creation. So the plants start to grow and the fish come back, and it's instant. He does this instantly. It's very magic, and the song that I sang when I started is a chant song, and most Pomo songs are chant songs, and they can't be translated. And the reason is, our songs, when we sing a bear song, and we sing a hummingbird song or a deer song, that's in the language of that being. And we don't know that language, but Elder does, because Elder created everything. So Elder is a universal translator for any of those who watched Star Trek when you were young, like I did. So it's the universal translator, and it's amazing. It's used as a musical instrument on every continent that it grows, and it has special significance to European ancestry. A lot of stories about during witch burning times that the souls of the witches went into Elder is a good thing. So I like to tell this story because we can all relate to it. We have all survived fire now. We live in California. We all have to learn to work together. I love where I'm from, and I expect everyone else to love it too. So there's a couple things I want to say before I give the mic over. In Pomo language, there is no word for land or nature outside of yourself. You are part of it, and you affect it in every choice that you make. And I want to say something sad, but it is also hopeful. California has lost 90% of its wetlands in 60 years. So that's poopy. But imagine what we can do if we all work together for something good. If we all gift the land, it actually stops the soil from being hydrophobic. So it absorbs more moisture. If we look at the land through a caretaker's eyes, there's a lot that we can do. It is scary, and I'm also a landowner, so I know how scary it is. But there's a lot of things that we can do. I wanted to give you guys the name of another person, another entity. You're looking for people to work. There are people who need to work. We are just not in the same area. So write this down. QUIVIRA Coalition. This is, they talk about regenerative growing and ranching, and they have been working a lot with young people who are landless and farmless and ranchless people who want to go into this field, and they're matching them with people, and I love you all. I thank a farmer 3 times a day, you know. You guys are ready to retire. And I mean, I was listening to a young man saying, you know, he's working his 30-something-year-old body to the bone. You guys have been doing that for 40, 50 years. So I think matching people to what you need, and giving you the ability to be a mentor is very important. Contact these people, they can help out a lot. And if you have any questions, get a hold of me, and also really get the youth involved. I started not a basketry garden, but a native plant garden at the local alternative high school. And that was last year. This year we have a fully functioning, non-water using native plant garden that we have been able to harvest from. And I have a bunch of kids doing internships because they did not know that they liked to work with plants and with the earth and with soil. And another thing is, don't let anybody treat your soil like dirt. So always realize that the soil around us is absorbing what you're giving to it. So just give it a lot of good love. I ran out of time. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Karina. Our final panelist is our fire chief, Andres Avila, and I'll say a little bit to introduce you. And I think, Andres, you have slides?
I do.
Okay. So I'll turn off the mic if somebody can turn off the mic. You've been the fire chief since 2013. You've had all the roles of the fire chief and emergency responder, and recently you've decided to become certified as a prescribed fire burn boss. And I think we've heard that term a couple of times today, but maybe you'll enlighten us a little bit more about what that means, and with the intention of bringing low-intensity fire back into Anderson Valley's rural landscape. And Andres and his family manage 2 ranches in Yorkville with 2 small cattle herds. Thank you, Andres.
I'm wondering if maybe I should go down and punch the. Sure, it'd be really easy. Give him that microphone if I go down there. Yeah. No problem. So good afternoon. This has been a pleasure listening to you all. I've learned a lot. I learned a lot when I go out in the field with a lot of you guys. I think there's a number of faces in the room that I've either walked in the field with or we've been in some sort of setting where we've gone over this subject of the fireside. Learned a lot from the soil folks and the hydrologists, so thank you. I'm also encouraged to see all the Anderson Valley folks out here. I'm going to go over some of the fire setting in Anderson Valley. But before I go into it, the question was raised earlier about resiliency and what was my perspective on that. I kind of wanted to listen to you guys and not chime in. I see it as three things. This is typical fire answer, but I see it through a fire lens. It's the public, it's your property, and then it's the environment. And when I look at that, all of you could be subject to wildfire on your front porch. Each one of you could be a victim. And that to me is a major responsibility of the job for keeping y'all safe. Your properties, your investments, whether that's vineyards, that's your plants, that's your house, that's your car, whatever it may be, property is a huge investment. The other one is the environment. I mean, we've been talking about environment all day, but those 3 things to me are some of the tiers we should be looking at, our resiliency. How are we looking at protecting our public? How are we looking at protecting our property, and how are we looking at protecting our environment? That's the way I'd say it. But we're going to get into Anderson Valley fire, what our situation is here. I commonly hear, how's fire season going to be this year? Is it going to burn really hard? That question is absolutely subjective. This picture up here, it's coming down 253. I took it, I think, yesterday or the day before. I think there's a lot of things to talk about here. You all talked about the marine layer that comes in, the fog layer, the moisture that happens on the Navarro side, the Philo side, and even in the Boonville. And then as you move through those coastal hills, what is the terrain like? What's the vegetation like? In the fire service, we have things we call a fire triangle. When they all align, fire gets big or it stays low. And that's when fuels come together, when your topography comes together, and when your weather comes together. When I look here, I see fire prone environment in certain conditions. In other conditions, I don't see it at all. I see some fog in there. I see some topography in there. And how are the fuels? During wintertime, the fuels, live fuels, might have huge moistures in them, and then the fire's not going to grow very much. Maybe there's rain or even fog keeping that dew down. And then the topography, is it flat or is it hill country? Aspect. North facing or south facing. There's some things in here that I'd like to point out. Somebody brought up earlier that coyote brush is taking over the rangeland outside of Boonville. That's a picture of it.
It's not one of the most dramatic sides, but you can see the speckled areas up on the upper grassland, and as you work your way down towards that pinnacle, if you look really close, you'll see some of that coyote brush and, you know, some of that other things, maybe sea miltus, whatever's coming in there. So I see that area as being starting to be overpopulated because it's not being grazed. From what I understand, those properties were grazed a few years ago. Down here, this kind of goes down Kyle Farmer's side. Over here in York, going looking for the ranch that I take care of up towards the east, and there's been a lot of grazing in that area, and it's staying pretty much oak woodland in that area. Looks really good without a lot of encroachment. So just want to talk about me for a second. I see things through a lens of fire. I've seen a lot of fire. I've seen fire down south, in LA, seen it in Sierra, seen it here locally, up in the, everything from the Klamath to, up in Modoc, or even Montana for that matter. So different areas, different vegetation, different weather, burn in different places. But I also see it through a ranch perspective. I live on, as you spoke earlier, 2 ranches, about 1,000 acres. We run cattle on, and so we see a lot of fuel reduction via cattle. But I also see a lot of that day or yearly vegetation encroachment. Some folks in the room have gone on the ranch with me. A lot of Doug fir. So to me, Doug fir, you're on the street, you hear me talking about it. It's a lot of encroachment there. We'll talk about field loading in a moment, but I like to see it through fire eyes, but I also like to see it through a steward's eyes. I feel like we have a responsibility to take care of the land. I will not be here forever. We won't be here forever, and we need to leave it in a good manner for the folks behind us. So keeping low intensity fire on the ground and not large fire is a part of our responsibility. Want to quickly talk about, I heard someone talk about insurance earlier. This is what we call high fire severity zoning. If you want to run the acronym, you can. Probably get you dizzy. Inside here, red is really high, orange is a little less, and all the way down to yellow. If you look through Anderson Valley proper on the floor, we're down in that moderate zone. A lot of the areas are high, and then you get into very high. This is one of the metrics why you're not getting good insurance. I commonly get the question, why is my insurance being dropped? It has to do with these maps. They're no longer rating your fire department on what the fire department can do to put out a structure fire. It's more about the wildfire, impending on your house. What is your construction of your house made out of? What is the environment is? What is the clearing you've done? Things of that nature. Less about the fire department. So this is a huge impact on housing, buying property, and why cost is happening in insurance area. It also is, how do you prepare on your ranch? What does this mean? If you're inland and say Yorkville down to the bottom here, are you likely to see big fire? The next slide is going to show you fire history. So when we look through here, you're going to see, hey, there's a potential for a lot of fire on the south end, especially going in towards Ukiah. We all know that's because that coastal influence isn't, impeding into those areas as much. I can tell you that without fire happening in these areas, the fuel loading is getting big, and I'm highly surprised that those areas aren't bigger than they are as far as red or very high severity. It is unfortunate that it only goes up to 2009. It does not show the recent fires that we've all experienced in Mendocino County, 2017, 18, 19, and so forth. But if you were to look down here, and I actually have a hard copy if you want to see after, is the fire history for the area. If you look really closely, a lot of fires happened in the 30s and specifically the 40s. A lot of logging was happening, things of that nature. There's been some lightning series that moved through. You guys were here in 2008. A lot of that is the pink section up there, where we had things out behind what we call Sugarloaf, Cold Springs, areas over there where we saw fires. But what I see is there has been not a lot of fires over the span of the century. And we've heard it where we're getting fuel loading from dead fuels and invasive fuels coming in, where that quantity of potential BTU and fire is sitting there. That means to me, we need to be prepared. That scares me to death as your fire chief about how much potential's in these woods. It's our job to try to bring that down to keep fires as low intensity as possible. Okay, what is our district about, or what is our department about? Our department itself runs 336 square miles. That's a lot of territory, a lot of real estate. We run it on volunteers. We have 40 volunteers. That doesn't get people out the door very quick. I guess what I'm trying to stress here is, one, we've got a great crew, they're committed. But it also means that you're probably not going to get, 3 firefighters, LA style on a Type 1 engine standing at everybody's front doorstep. There's a lot of responsibility leans on you as a landowner to take care of your place. Because of time, I want to continue on here, but we don't have too much on our actual department. We do have CAL FIRE. I will say that we're very, very lucky to have 3 air bases very close, one in Sonoma County, one in Lake County, and one over the hill in Ukiah. It really helps getting fire suppression quickly for incipient fires in the heat of the summer. We are doing many things on the side here. I just want to tell you that there's a lot here that we've been doing to try to keep our community from, to be more prepared for fire. One being arcs burning. I'll just tell you, there's nothing more that a firefighter likes to do than putting out fires, is starting fires. So we're going to get into that here in a second. I have 5 minutes. I got to punch this quickly. This is on, actually both these pictures are from 2 different ranches that I'm on. You can see this, we talk about fuel, fur encroachment. You can see an oak tree at the top with lots of fuel encroachment, and every one of those is straws in the ground, tapping in for that water. I see lots of fuel loading. I see dry limbs in between the ground, so it's going to go straight up. You got a lot of heat, and even if it doesn't go to the canopy, it's going to kill the canopy with scorching. This lower one, I just see transitional fuels here. This is the kind of thing with slope. It's going to go up. It's going to get a lot of heat. It's also going to be the kind of thing that makes convection, which puts out ember cast. One picture from each ranch as well. I run, like we said, a small herd of cattle on each. These are kind of the product of what we get in the areas we graze. We try to keep it not graze more than a third. I like that because it actually helps re-sprout grasses in the beginning or in the springtime. If it's too bare, it's too much of a shock between cold and hot. Make that hard layer. And I think that we've been getting a lot of good crop off keeping it 1/3 or higher, but it reduces the fuel load as a whole in the ranch. I'm going to throw things out there. There's a lot of mechanical fuel reduction people can do. Some people get worried about mechanical. Hey, that's going to be a little bit too harsh. You run things through Mary and some of these other good folks in the room, you can really do it the right way. And these are very good tools. I've seen these used on fires all through the state, and they're very strategic fire lines. We can keep the fire on the ground. Low intensity fire we can go direct on, and we can put fires out in the summertime. Remember in the wintertime. Another tool for getting rid of fuel is prescribed burning. This is where I think that I enjoy the most, just getting rid of things here. Some pictures, I think this is it's a Meyer Ranch, right? I think I have Meyer in the room. No. So this is a Meyer Ranch, just a simple burn we did, I think late last spring. There's another burn here, I think that was the Vidmar, which is the ranch that I live on. What we did was burning the understory. We're getting rid of that duff, the leaf litter, those little 10-hour fuels and such, sometimes larger, and we're just getting rid of that. Put a lot of ash back in the ground. It's really good for these. When you walk through them now, I've seen some of the biggest bucks this last season in these burns. A lot of wildlife flocks back to it. We've been talking a lot about prescribed burning. I am an advocate of burning. I like to burn. I want to see all burn. I want to see people get comfortable with burning. But the biggest thing is safety. We cannot build an RX program where people are burning without the knowledge, the skills, and the capability of burning. If we burn other people's properties down, if we burn outside of the lines, we're going to build a system that people don't trust. We have to have people burning in a manner that is efficient, that's getting to your goals and objectives, as my good friend Mike Jones would say, goals and objectives, and it does not get anybody hurt or go outside the lines. Took this quick little picture on the left, I guess you guys left-hand side. One day I was burning some slash. Looked like a dragon to me. And I said, that's beautiful. Well, here is my drip torch. It's like, you don't want to let the dragon out. That thing will go if you don't do it right. And I just, to me, it's just like, it's great to use fire, but it also, we have to respect fire. Fire can get really, really bad. On the right-hand side, you'll see some things that I've seen on campaign fires, where things just get, I call it nuked. It's just gone. It's going to take years and years and years to get back from this. We don't want to see that fire, but we can achieve it by either mechanically thinning, grazing, or prescribed fire, hand thinning, other methods that are out there. But we need to reduce fuel burn. Here's just some more pictures of prescribed burning in my dog. Just to close up with you guys, this topic I could probably go on for a whole day on. But what we need to look at here are some things that you can do. What's next? Short term, I don't want to see any of you guys in the back of an ambulance getting burned. Things happen. You need to be looking at your risk. How is your house? What does your exit look like? What do you have the alert system? Like watch duty is just kind of more of an informational one, but have you registered with the Mendocino alert system? You don't want to wake up with fire on your doorstep and say, I didn't have a plan. That's where we don't want anybody to be. None of you guys need to be put in that spot, and it happens. And then as you go through these things on the left side, I won't go through all those bullets. Start creating a long-range plan. If you're a land steward, how do you start reducing fuels? How do you start improving your roads to make sure ingress and egress comes in? Water systems, things like that. Each one of these is a topic in its own. I probably could go on for a while about. Please stop me on the side, and I'll be able to go over these things. But in Anderson Valley, we haven't seen fire in legitimate fire, big fire, in a long time. And every ranch that I go on, I see more and more fuels out there. We're getting more and more people moving into these woods, and we're seeing more, from my perspective, more risk. We call it the wildland-urban interface. That's incorrect. It's a wildland-urban intermix. Everybody here is living in the woods, not an interface to the woods, which means that we need to know how to live with fire in those areas. So I would take this very seriously that when fire happens, we need to be prepared. We're moving into winter. We have a lot of opportunity over the winter time to get prepared for next season. We dodged the bullet this year. At least we're almost out of the woods. So I really would just kind of impress on everybody. Fire prevention is huge. You got to be your own steward and take care of yourself. And I would be willing to work with anybody. Go out on your guys' sites, maybe get a group together, because it is a big deal. It's not if, it's when. So I just want to really instill on you guys that it's important to get this step. So with that said, I'm going to get into my slide and I'll take it back over. Thank you.
Time for some questions. What? Okay, I think Patrick said yes. We have a couple minutes time for questions. First of all, do any of the panelists have questions for each other? Maybe somebody can switch on a light for us. Do you have questions for each other, the panelists? They do not. Well, before we leave here, I think one thing I'd like you to mention, I may have missed it, but there's some really good information on your website and on the Fire Safe Council website. You mentioned a bunch of different things that people could do, but it gets into a lot more detail.
So our website's got a lot. Fire Safe Council is a great resource. To get into if you want to get a hold of Mike Jones and Prescribed Burn Association folks. They've got good ones. I think our website starts and can get you linked over to those. So yes, definitely start there. CAL FIRE does have stuff. It's very much more generic. A lot of people go to CAL FIRE first. But if you want Anderson Valley specific stuff, try jumping into ours. We can kind of bring you over to the Mendocino specific.
Do you want to say anything more about burn boss?
We need more of them. We need to bring good fire to the ground. We have Kyle Farmer, he's working on his, getting really close to being a burn boss. Mike Jones, maybe he's going down that road, but we need to get more people on the burn boss side. Burn bosses are people who are able to write a California certified program, show the due diligence for how you fire, how you hold, and what your objectives are. It's not just some loosey-goose person running around with a drip torch starting things on fire. You need to be able to do it safely and build a program, and that person's trained and vetted to make sure that they've had the experience, trained to do to write the plans and implement the plan in a safe and effective manner. So that's a new program that's come to the state. I'm happy to say that I'm one of the few first people to start on. I think he's next, Kyle Farmer. Number 7, he's 007. So there's a very new program, but it gives us the ability to burn without CAL FIRE. And it's going to help us bring back fire to the ground in a proper way.
Okay, so I gave the microphone back to Patrick, and we have time for some questions from the participants.
Thank you very much, great panel. Corinne, I was wondering if, is there a need for more harvesting sites, or is there, or how to, help landowners to understand better on stewardship for, whether it's for basketry or, just some of the native plants and foods, medicines?
Yes, there is always need, and here we go talking about history again. Okay, so it was against the law for me to do the things that I do, to introduce myself in my language, to make baskets, to teach those, until 1978. So all of us were alive, right? Everybody in this room was alive at that point. And a lot of traditions were lost, but they are being resurrected, and along with that being resurrected, there is the need for more access. So when I was young, up into my 20s, I was the youngest pomo basket weaver for a long, long time, which is very shameful. I quit my real job to teach people. And now there are more. So where I had been harvesting and tending sites from Lake County to Sonoma County, all the way over to here, now those people in their places do need access. And in reality, this is all new. So we are all landowners, and us are all going through this together in a new way, because it was illegal for us before this. Genocide was the state rule. So we would definitely, a lot of people still view us as less than human. And a lot of people are afraid to have us on their property. And I'm just gonna bring it up real quick so you guys don't get scared. You're gonna hear a lot about the land back movement. And there are 3 different ways of looking at that. There is my grandparents' generation, my mother's generation, that just wants to be freaking acknowledged, that they survived hardship. Then there's my generation who wants to be involved in policy change. I've spoken at a lot of places where I'm hearing people talking about the damage that policies, especially farmers and ranchers and people who work in water management, about the damage that has been done by the policies that were enacted and followed. And for me, land back means I need to be involved in that decision, because I have more experience tending long-term than a lot of those people. Like, no, you shouldn't build a dam there, that's not gonna work. If they had just asked, we wouldn't, I've been to a lot of places where they're talking about dam removal and how do we change the soil that we've now made hydrophobic into soil that can absorb water again. So we do need access. There aren't any, I can't tell you, call this place, call this entity, because we haven't made that yet. There's the Pomo Weavers Society, which we just started in 2019, and we work really hard to match landowners with people in their territory. And that's the same thing with food, with ceremonial sites, everything. We do need access, and it's hard when we're talking about this area, because I know the history of this area, and there aren't many indigenous people here because they were all taken to Round Valley. And they were marched there, and they weren't able to come home. This area is in my linguistic area. So I speak Northern Pomo, and I consider everywhere, all the way to Fort Bragg, over here, down Ukiah, up to Willits. That's all my area, and I can find people. I can match you with people, and also don't be scared, because we aren't the ones that are gonna come in and pillage your land. We aren't coming to take and take and take until there's nothing. We're coming to help you because we love this place. And it's been here for so long, and we want it to be here. We want it to support all of us. We also all need to start native food systems. as a more sustainable way than what we're doing now. We need to incorporate both of those. Oak trees can sustain us. We just have to sustain them because they're hurting right now. I'm seeing a lot of things change, a lot of native plants being reintroduced and species taken out. And if you have indigenous people come on your land, and we don't know everything, but we do know a lot. Like, I have been outside every season my whole life since I was 9 years old, because that's when I started weaving. So I have a really, like, some of you guys are probably really in tune with what's going on your property and on your land. And I've seen climate change firsthand scare the heck out of me. I couldn't find tarweed in my regular places where I harvest tarweed, which is a kind of cannoli seed. That's climate change. I can't harvest dogwood for basketry unless it's dormant. Well, it hasn't gone dormant for the last 3 years because the planet's too hot. We have a lot of stuff that we do, and I had mentioned midden earlier, and midden makes the plants healthier. So oak trees produce more fruit. They are healthier. They are more resilient if they are in alkaline soil. And the way that you get alkaline soil is through composting and gifting to the land and to the soil. So there's a lot of wisdom, and there is a lot of need. There is a lot of need.
Thank you, Corinne. I don't know, do we have time for one last question?
One last question.
Is there one last question? Lori, in the back?
Quickly, I haven't heard yet today anything about biochar. And I'm just curious, because I get really curious about family members in Washington State are doing fantastic work getting big grants and doing the work of both forest tending, clearing fuels in ways that create biochar that then they're putting back on the land to sequester carbon. That's also incredibly supportive for holding water in the soil, and they're having just tremendous success. And I know that they're getting grants from, I don't exactly know which entities, but I'm just curious before we end the day to see if anyone else knows about that or what your thoughts are and the ways that you're linking up with the concept of biochar and the practice of making it.
Is there somebody on one of our, I don't know if anybody on this panel, but is there somebody that can connect with Lori on that?
Hi, my name is Magdalena Valderrama from Sealer Springs Community Redevelopment Association. I live in Lake County. We're working with the Scotts Valley Band of Homo Indian because of our relationship with the Valley Fire. We put them in touch with an energy producer. They are now in the middle of they're in the middle of a lawsuit with PG&E right now because there's a whole thing about not allowing biochar to be made. But and with the vineyard. But the Scotts Valley Band is also looking for a company that could potentially make biochar wattles. So if you've ever gone through a wildfire area that's been, just decimated by wildfire, and you see those long tubes that are put along the slopes to help stop erosion, we're looking to make wattles that include biochar in there because the biochar will help catch all the bad stuff that comes down when you have to fight the fire. Okay, so your water will be cleaner, and for us this is a big deal because our Water Resources Agency has told us that the FEMA does not include restoration of the water, even if it's drinking water. Okay, so it's a very complex system we're in, but biochar has many, many uses. Right now, most of the studies have been done on agriculture. There's little that's been done on forest health. But we know that it has the potential to help bring back the microbial activity in the soil by providing homes. In itself, it's not a fertilizer, it's not an active organic material. It just provides an organic home for all of that microbiology.
Thank you. Lori, if you can make sure that gets up on that chart, on that, stick it, post it up there, because that's something we could, follow up later and under deeper dive, or if there's another category there.
Yeah, I just to add to that, Andrew Beebe, the vineyard, one of the vineyard managers at Rotor, put on a biochar workshop, the 80 wine growers last year, and it needs to be done again. It just didn't, we didn't get a lot of participation, but we'll do it again. And that would be just a great conversation. There's a lot of opportunity. Maybe in Mendocino County it's a little different, I'm not sure, but hopefully some of the material could be used to there's ways of burning called conservation burns that are low smoke fires, and they're totally, don't emit a lot of smoking. And that's really important because agricultural burning is actually in Sonoma County going to be phased out. You're not going to be able to do agricultural burning. So they're going to have to figure out these low smoke fires. And then I was just going to say at the Galbraith Wildlands Preserve, there's a couple of these ring of fires that were donated, and hopefully maybe someday Margot, there was in the works during COVID to do some workshops. So there may be some opportunity out at the Galbraith Preserve to do, again, it's fuel load reduction and to create this biochar.
I should also add, we're doing air curtain burners. There are certain air curtain burners that will produce the biochar. So if you can't burn outdoors, these burners will help keep that smoke down and pollution.
Okay, thank you. Panel session number 3. Nancy?
Before we move back to Brock Dolman doing the closer, he's our closer today, his remarks. I did want to say a little bit about Filigree Farm. There's a Filigree Farm tour tomorrow from 10 to noon. I think there's still space available if people want to sign up for it. And just to say a few things about Filigree. We have a beautiful organic apple farm right here in the valley, and we also have another almost 40 years of growing farm on Anderson Valley Way right here in Boonville. And it is just a wonderful farm operation that is integrated farming with creek restoration. It's a Demeter certified biodynamic farm, and if you're on the tour, you'll learn a lot more about it there. And also they have a really great website too. And it's also certified organic and a very also diversified farm growing tree fruits, blueberries, olives, wine and table grapes, flowers, and vegetables, livestock, and has an apiary. They focus a lot on soil enrichment, water conservation. They've done some amazing restoration over a long time on Anderson Creek, which a big section of it flows right through the property. Just a wonderful farm, quite beautiful. Chris and Stephanie Tevitt are the managers. They've managed it for over 38 years, and they're going to show, they'll be leading the tour along with their production manager, Annie Cortens. And so see Patrick if you're interested in finding space on that tour. And a couple other things to say about it. It's the land is leased from the Yggdrasil Land Foundation and protected by a conservation easement held by the Anderson Valley Land Trust that requires that it be preserved in harmony with the natural
and that it be organic.
And that it be organic. And it's almost 100 acres, so it's a nice, big size, small farm.
For those of you who are vineyard owners, I found out last year, and it's even been certified again, they make more money per acre on their blueberries than they do on their Pinot Noir. And last year, they made more money on their apples than they made on their Pinot Noir. So don't let the grape producers know that there's a higher per acre yield dollar-wise crop. Gosh, we may see, it may change. Yeah, we'll see. Avocados coming next, given 114 degrees in Philo, who knows? Okay. Next steps are closing. Brock come on up, and then we have a few comments, just coordination comments afterwards, and we'll have a nice afternoon. While he's getting here, I want to thank you all for your for your resilience in staying here all day. Okay.
This thing on. Yeah, I want to get behind the gratitude for those of you who are sticking it out. This has been an amazing day. And so in speaking with Linda a little bit about this in the end of the day, I'm not sure I'm really, next steps is maybe a little bit ambitious. I think what we were talking about a little bit is there's the tell them and then, tell them what you're going to tell them and tell them and tell them what you told them kind of thing. And so what I've been doing through the day is basically high grading snippets from everybody's talk and want to just reflect those back in almost a way of where we kind of started big and have had an amazing amount of information and inspiration and content and sharing and head and heart with us and really towards a harvesting, an honorable harvest and a little bit of that and just reflect it back as a way to kind of bring us back and summarize the day a little bit. And out of that, I think you all are the collectivity of the conveners of today and others. You're going to figure out your next steps for sure. But and so just yeah, wow, what a program. So first of all, just kudos to everyone who reached out and conceived of this day and the flow of the day and the facilitation of the day and the technology of the day. And I think you should all feel really proud and amazing, feel good about it because I think it went off super flawlessly and great. And it's beautiful. Obviously, I think, starting off with Obi back there, yay, just all the inspiration. And besides the words, just what an artist, right? I just love your graphics, your visuals. And then Ronald, just that presence is amazing. Ananda, I don't know if I think those folks left, but obviously, I think a number of folks referenced just the power of the youth speaking and a couple of things where she talked about, there was their generation and normalization of disaster, and that summer starts with packing a bag to leave, and you're like, oh damn, dude, that was not how my summer started when I was 13. I was not packing a bag to flee my home, right? And yet also then reflecting back her aspiration around the normalization of sustainability and the resilience, and I appreciated that. And she spoke about hope and invoked the idea of hope invocation. And I wanted to offer up that Professor David Orr, who's an amazing professor out of Oberlin College in Ohio, has a wonderful definition of hope, basically, if you will, which is that hope is a verb with its sleeves rolled up. And so I appreciate that hope is a can-do thing. It's not just sit on your ass and hope things are going to get better. And that's what today's really been about, I think, is the hopefulness of engaging, connecting, informing, and getting ready to roll your sleeves up and take on the myriad of opportunities that we heard about today, which I want to drop into a little bit more. So hope for me is also an acronym, here on planet Earth, have hope, right? Thank you, Patrick, for the flyover. Super interesting. And from the indigenous to the ranching, lumbering, to the conserved realms and the whole public-private relationship and land trust and general plan and zoning. I want to get more into that in a little bit here. And yeah, I'm happy that you guys are talking to possibly San Francisco Estuary Institute for a historic ecology map. I've worked with them a lot, and I think that would be a really fun, for those folks who want to have a sub-breakout committee on historic ecology and working up a process like that, that'll be really fun. And yay, Linda, seen I talk a bunch, and go Navarro subbasins. And I love it. It's like, really? Rancheria, Anderson, Indian Creek come together for the Navarro rain? I'm a fan of acronyms, and that's just like one of the great acronyms. And I don't know if Bob's still here from the land, but the fact that in your watershed, you've got this incredible power center right here where those three streams all converge, a true confluence, and create the Navarro is an amazing, as a topophiliac, and I've been in a lot of watersheds in my life, I'm a watershed sexual, and I love having a red juicy spot there. Yeah, TMDL is like, what a weird thing, but the fact that sediment and temperature are your pollutants, and I think holding that up is like, okay, those are our pollutants, and then getting into the origin relationship. So many things. Boy, the roads, you know, we've worked a lot on fish-friendly roads, and that Forest and Ranch Roads book that the RCD's put together with Pacific Watershed Associates. I would reference our dear friend, or many of us who've been involved with them on the road work, Danny Hagens and Bill Weaver, the two of the original principals of PWA, Pacific Watershed Associates. Danny's quote I love a lot on the roads thing is, nothing in nature mimics a road. And if you want to screw the watershed hydrology up a place real quick, put a whole bunch of roads in it. And road density is a big issue. And unfortunately, from main arteries and paved roads and side roads to rural residential roads to legacy haul roads and even skid trails of those big dozers in the post-50s era that came to take the Doug fir out in the post-GI Bill era, the legacy of that hydrologic disruption and conveyance in the road piece and how the sediment gets to the river is really important. And so when I think about sediment, I'm just hoping that you understand what I meant about what I said. Is that my sediment? Yeah. Moving on to Monty, I appreciate the idea that there's this process, interagency organizational collaboration called the Navarro Flow Enhancement Partnership. And really, you guys are blessed to have that here. Having been a founder of what we call the Russian River Coho Flow Resources Partnership, there's a lot of collaborative shared relationship there. And yeah, boy, the current fish numbers versus the target numbers graph, I'm still trying to take that one in. Monty spoke to something that I'm always trying to encapsulate these pithy little ideas into quips. And so for years I've often stated, which down in my area, the Russian River, which I think is consistent for here, that we don't live in a water scarce area, we live in a storage scarce area. And the game of storage is really about timing. And many folks think storage is the big monolithic Whopper Dam. We need more dams, another Shasta Dam, another Lake Oroville. It's about decentralized and distributed storage. And I think what we heard from Monty and many others, Christopher as well, is that soil, geology, rock, depending, is the mother lode of storage. That's the cheapest and most effective opportunity for storage. And the irony is that as we decrease the runoff coefficient from the legacy of the degenerative disturbance land use and slow and spread and sink and store, we also get a double whammy because that's also slowing the delivery of sediment and it's sequestering sediment. It's keeping the dirt and soil on the land where it can then be reintegrated with plants and biochar and become a water holding, water storage, carbon sequestering nutrient sponge, again, versus a salmon killing and a lower river aggrading unfortunate response. So I like that. And the fact that you got this collaborative water management booklet. And I don't know if you guys got enough money, but you gotta stuff one of those in everybody's box in the valley, in my opinion, how to get a grant to do that. It's a really well-written document and there's a few copies around, but I think that would be a wonderful offering to people to engage there towards the death of 1,000 cuts. And if there's a death of 1,000 cuts, then there's healing through 1,000 green gauze bandages. And that's like gully stuffing with green fur that's flammable and sequestering it into a head cut gully, right? And then basically allowing that material to organically decompose and compost in place as carbon sequestration. That becomes a water holding sponge that allows tree roots to grow into it and raise water table simultaneously, or reduce sediment delivery to the creek and improve water volume and discharge and water cold simultaneously to having a more resilient upland fire fuel load mitigation system with fewer trees and more forests, so there's less straws and more groundwater simultaneously with that problem with the solution. And you can do it in a workforce training development, people with youth and folks and hand-done work, and we can let's get her done, folks, right? So, the head, in that head cut, right? I'll tell you one thing I must admit, in my little headwaters, I'm feeling pretty saturated. I don't know about you guys, but I'm like definitely in a state of headwater saturation. And Christopher and Ye for Pernusky Chatham and Christopher and them organization, and I know with the Mill Creek process, I just humbly agreed to serve on this technical advisory committee that with RTD and PCI for the Mill Creek to talk about all these ideas for the Mill Creek sub-watershed is going to be really fun. But yeah, I think Christopher's point about we all need recharge and the metaphor of both the land needs to recharge and we all need to recharge, and I hope you all leave today recharged a little bit. Your battery got a little bit of a recharge. I will have to say that when we think about head cuts and a death of 1,000 cuts and incisions and gashes, the recognition that the deeper a channel is in size, the more you de-water the watershed and the upland water holding capacity. And if you don't get that, as any agriculturalist who's ditched up their field to dehydrated, if you don't think that is happening, every sub-trib and every trib of this system is down in an entrenched deep channel. And the water, we can't slow and spread and sink it up in the headwaters and basically put it in the ground, and it just laterally leaks out of these incised channels because we pulled the plug out of the bathtub so deep that we can't hold water in the soils anymore. So we have to regrade these upland channels on behalf of sediment, water quality, water quantity, and all of that work. And again, you've got the fire and fuel load material sitting on the slope right next to the system. So that I think is super important. Groundwater equals cold water, yay. Mike was great, and I love, there was a lot of discussion about disturbance today, and that might disturb people. And I also, my undergrad thesis was in conservation biology corridors and disturbance regimes around logging regimes and avifaunal diversity, from 3-year-old selective cuts to 20-year-olds to 100-year-olds to old growth, and bird diversity and temporal spatial disturbance. And what's interesting is that change is the only constant, disturbance is also the only constant. And what we are called to do and maybe honorably reflect is, are we regenerative disturbers or degenerative disturbers? In our relationship with land management and earth, air, fire, water, life, and these tactics and practices, are they regenerating the carbon and water cycle, or are they degenerating it? And we get to step up as a keystone species and show up with these fancy opposable thumbs and frontal lobe that we're so proud of, even though the lizard brain runs the show, and actually become healers again in relationship that I think we'll find that the economics are there, the resiliency is there, the intergenerational stability is all there, the restoration isn't a side project over here that's distracting from the resiliency. It is the one and the same. And so disturbance. So the question is are you a degenerative disturber or a regenerative disturber? And I support you in losing sleep over trying to figure that question out for yourself. And dead trees, yeah, I love dead trees. Snags, it's a bunch of sensitive new age guys. It's a snag, right? Or not. But dead trees, standing dead trees on the ground, organic matter, biochar is a dead tree, like it's the carbon cycle. I think on the soil piece, what's really fun about soil is getting back to photosynthesis. Now here's magic. Right? First it was bacteria, cyanobacteria, then algae figured this trick out like 3 billion years ago, and then plants are the latecomer on the show here, and those three can say, boom, I got a trick, I can take sunlight into sugar. What are my inputs? 6 molecules of H2O and 6 molecules of CO2. I see a lot of charts where everybody talks about the photosynthetic cycle, and all I see is CO2 as the input. I'm like, y'all are blowing it, because the other 50% of the molecules is H2O. And guess what? Carbon follows water. And if you don't believe it, go to the Mojave Desert. Go to the Sahara. Because I guarantee you, the lack of water is what drives the train. It's not the lack of carbon, it's not the lack of CO2. So water's running the show, but if you can partner water with CO2, H2O and CO2 through a photosynthetic process with plants or algae or bacteria, then they can turn it into sugar, and now they can swing a deal with animals and fungus. And now we've got one of the great atmospheric global trade agreements is those that exhale CO2, animals and fungus, and those of us who inhale oxygen, which we got from the bacteria, the algae, and the plants. And that's the game. You should take a deep breath on that one right now, because every breath you take is dependent on mostly oceanic algae and bacteria, to be honest with you. It's the plankton out there, the phytoplankton are kind of basically the big lungs. Everybody says, oh, the Amazon's the lungs of the earth. I'm like, nah, 70% of the surface area of planet water is the ocean. That kind of runs the show. The Amazon is really amazing. Spent a lot of time there too. Nonetheless, connect with that respiration and inhalation, exhalation process. And I appreciate Mike's piece about abiotic disturbances. I haven't really thought about asteroids, but okay. Biotic humans, and then pyro disturbances. And I think we've heard from everybody about fire, and a lot of the conversation, whether it's fire, grazing, or disturbance, is frequency and intensity of disturbance. And that's really an interesting thing. With fire, was, we saw in Mike's charts, there was the return interval of fire, whether it was lightning strike fire or human intervention in an oak woodland, in a grassland, in a redwood forest. What was the fire return interval? And then with the more pyro illiterate, I will argue, Euro-settler relationship, that one of the first laws on the books was to outlaw those Indians that were addicted to burning, right? Made it illegal. And then we set ourselves up for this relationship that we've got these unburned landscapes, but they got cut and they've resprouted like dog hair thickets. But we ain't burning because we're doing nothing. But when we need to do something, we suppress it, which is totally on board, man. When that fire is out of control and it's not a prescribed burn, by all means. But we're really up against it. And I think the fire cycle, the Promethean gift and bane of how we re-engage with external combustion based on our addiction of fossil fuels to internal combustion. And we got to switch this thing up. And Coyote with his tail on fire is carrying the fire force, maybe a piece of that. But I would remind us of my quote earlier from Dr. Luna Leopold, that the health of our waters is the principal measure of how we live on the land. The health of our fire is the principal measure. The health of our carbon is the principal measure. The health of our salmon, right? It's a health metric. And who are we paying attention to? Who are our totem species? Who are our indicators? And I think fire is a really severe teacher. It's a really big teacher. And then just thinking about corridors, thinking about connectivity, thinking about, I like Kyle and Mary's combos of eco-surrogates, specificity to place, consensus, infrastructure, and collaboration, really important. Definitely too many trees out there. My mantra at OEC is fewer trees and more forest. And how we get there mechanically with animal mouths, with fire, all of the above is amazing. Yeah, I think in the summary here, it's really, I'm mostly disturbed about the opportunity for disturbance, to be regenerative disturbers, and the best way we can do that is to move from the me to the we, and then collaboratively throw a regenerative disturbance party from ridge to ridge line in your living lifeboat as you pull together in the spaces of relations. And that may be some meetings after this, that may be sub-basin groups working on things, that may be working groups, the biochar working group, whoever's gonna step up and organize that. Because these conveners, thank you for your work. So tag you're in, everybody else gets to do this work. And yeah, I think in sum, that's really what I appreciate is, and that all of you sing your song, and then whoever's singing their song gets reflected back, and the landscapes of Thanksgiving is what I'm really interested in, gratitude, and recovering gratitude in a relationship of us being in relationship with it. And that's what I felt like today is the gift that all the speakers and all of you gave to each other. Was a big gift swap today of time and heart and space and hope that you're going to roll your sleeves up and get her done. So thank you, because I got hope for Anderson Valley. Navarro Watershed Pride!
Notes.
Okay, so we're going to practice what we learned from Corinne, and instead of applauding, we're going to say, oh. So what do we say to Brock? Oh. And to our entire hardworking organizing committee, Barbara and Linda and Karen, Nancy. Oh. Okay. And our wonderful co-sponsors, the Wine Association and RCD. Oh. And all of you. Oh. Okay. So thank you so much. It's been an amazing day. It's really, I think it's fair to say it's exceeded expectations of all of us who have worked so hard to put this together. So what's going to happen is please stay we have some apple juice from, I think, the apple farm. And Bert made some carrot cake. So it's back there. And also maybe around 4:15, we're all volunteers. If you see some of us beginning to put away chairs and tables, we wouldn't mind you pitching them. Okay, thank you all very much.
Very good. I'm gonna go say hi to Magdalena over there. Sure. I'm gonna go ask her a question about some